Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for today's Indianapolis 4-hour, the kickoff to the solo sports car series here on the Elite Racing Network. My name's Robert Hill Jr. James Watson will not be joining me today. I'm going to take him off the screen right there, but nonetheless, we have a great day of racing action in store for us here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 4 hours is the distance here today. The drivers just finishing up their qualifying laps. They should be taking it back towards the pit lane here in just a moment, where we're going to get set to see our starting grid within the next moment or two. What I can tell you, though, is Ethan Stanley will lead us to the green flag here today by pacing the GTP field. He'll have Hunter Smith to his outside, looking down at GT3 as it looks like they're just about done here with qualifying. Ivan Aguado and Hayden Fowler will be the front row here for GT3. Let's go ahead and take a look at your starting grid here today. And as mentioned, it's, well, not sure why it's jumped us all the way back there, but Ethan Stanley and Hunter Smith going to be row number 1. As your race controller decided to chime in there for just a moment, but nonetheless, all is good. Ethan Stanley and Hunter Smith going to be row number 1. Liam Kerr and Jordan Owens in row 2. Jonathan Cutlip and Talon Drake in row 3. Cale Pocock and Richie Hearn going to be row number 4. Row 5 as we work our way down towards the remainder of the GTP field. William White and Richard Wassifer going to round out that field. Ivan Aguado here, as we have a bit of an issue with our grid. Ivan Aguado, Hayden Fowler going to be row number 1 here in GT3. Cameron Rich and Logan Brink in row 2. Drew Eisenman looks like he may be starting for Eisen Tech there. Tate Lytle making a rare start here with the Lake Norman entry, alongside Cale Pecumer, Ty McIntosh, and Ryan King in row 4. Chris Wright and Ryan Huckleberry going to be the rest of your top 10, with Peter Hopp, Logan Shea, and Stephen White rounding out the field. As we'll go ahead and take a look down here at the grid, these drivers are absolutely roaring to go here. This series, one that's been in the works for a couple of months now, finally coming into play here, as we'll do a full pace lap around this Indianapolis Motor Speedway as the field gonna start to pull off. We'll take a look at a couple of the cars here as they work their way by our front straightaway cameras. Look at that beautiful GTP field being released from the grid. Now your GT3 is going to start rolling their way down the front straightaway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A couple of those Lake Norman cars just went by there. Of course, Lake Norman, one of the more well-known teams here in the Elite Racing League, winners of just about everything every season, and they are absolutely ecstatic to be here. Those guys always do a fantastic job when it involves those left and right hand turns. going all the way back to the previous iteration of sports cars here in the Elite Racing League. Throughout the day here today, we're going to be joined by quite a few different drivers and crew members up here in the booth. And we've got an update from Jesse Racimus, one of our good friends here at the Elite Racing Network. He mentions that Tate Lytle is filling in for him here today due to his wife having surgery on Thursday. So best wishes to Mrs. Racimus as we wish her a speedy recovery. Of course, Tate Lytle in the Lake Norman 999 here this morning. Lytle, one of the mainstays on the Pro Edge Racing Camp. He drives the number 56 machine, typically on the Cup side of things. As the field gearing up to get this one underway, just a couple of more turns to go. Not too far away now from kicking this one off. As we take a look a little further back through the field, you're going to see, well, these guys, a couple of my buddies here for Abbott Motorsports, Cale Pocock and William White. These two drivers going to come from the rear of that GTP field. Let's shout out Chris Wright as well. He, a longtime colleague here at the Elite Racing Network. I know Nick Massey's just hoping that this driver makes it to the end of the race without putting it firewall deep into the tire barrier. So best of luck, Chris, and glad I could give you a little bit of encouragement there. As the field comes down the front straightaway, we are green. Underway in the Solo Sports Car Series. Tyler Fody going to be the first driver to lead us down the front straightaway here as he's going to work his way into turn number 1. Hunter Smith going to be side by side with Liam Kerr already. As we jump back to GT3, they're underway as well. Evan Aguado and Hayden Fowler going to lead them into turn number 1. As we've got some shuffling through the field already, and it's Hunter Smith that just had a major off-track moment. We'll take a look at this one on the Mark J. Robilo Photography Replay Machine. Watching that blue Little Eagle car on the outside portion of the racing circuit as they work their way into turn number 1. I think he might grab just a little. No, he doesn't. He just oversteps it, sends him around, goes for a spin. But luckily for Hunter Smith, this is one of those endurance style races as something's just happened just up the road, and it is Richie Warsifer and Cale Pocock having a bit of a moment here. That Abbott Motorsports car missing a couple of panels, as we'll take a look and see what just happened between Warsifer and Pocock here. As let's take a quick gander. There's Pocock on the inside. I believe that's Walsifer just up the road. As Walsifer going to go around, collects. Oh my gosh. Cale Pocock turns race car into boomerang is the headlines here this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. It's only 10 a.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. As Liam Kerr, your race leader now, he takes over from Tyler Fody. As Fody under pressure from a couple of those brake hard fuel up racing entries. Jordan Owens, Jonathan Cutlip right there as well. Chris Pierce, that's your top 5 in GTP, followed by William White, Hunter Smith, Richie Hearn. Those are the drivers currently up with the field. Walsifer and Pocock both on pit lane. GT3, it's the Evan Aguado machine leading the way ahead of Hayden Fowler. Cameron Rich for Eisentech Enterprises. We'll see Drew Eisenman in that car a little bit later. These guys know their way around these sports cars as well. Logan Brink and Tate Lytle, the rest of your top 5. Caleb Pecumer sitting in 6th. Ryan King 7th. Ty McIntosh for Shift Esports. He's got Seth Rawls Designs on board that machine. Logan Shea back in 9th. Chris Wright doing his thing back in that 10th spot. Peter Hopp and Stephen White, the rest of the cars currently in that lead grouping of GT3s. Ryan Huckleberry out there on the racetrack as well. He has lost 1 lap for the start of this one, but losing a lap at this stage, not necessarily game over. So still a lot of opportunity for Huckleberry to work his way back and get himself into a good spot here in this one. Richie Hearn had an off-track moment. He's gathered it back up, has continued on as we watch these drivers work their way through the windy bits of the racetrack here. Tyler Fode and Jordan Owens engaged in a bit of a battle for second overall and second in GTP. Owens currently the trailing car in that black and red fueled up entry. Tyler Fode in the red and black Lake Norman car. So a bit of a close comparison when it comes to those liveries here this morning. As here we go, we got some lap traffic coming into play already. That's Ryan Huckleberry gonna go wide, allow these leaders to go on by. Liam Kerr got past. Tyler Fode coming into this one as well, just behind Huckleberry's. Huckleberry will move over to driver's left, allow the pass to be made by Fode and by Owens as they go to driver's right here. Cutlip gonna be the next car to work his way by. Great job by Ryan Huckleberry getting out of the way, allowing these drivers the opportunity to get themselves free of any sort of lap traffic here. Is that Fode and Owens battle still heavily engaged here? Let's go ahead and jump on board with Jordan Owens as he's going to work his way through. Give us a lap around this Indianapolis Motor Speedway as he's currently trailing Tyler Fode for that second spot. You see Liam Kerr just up the road there. That is your race leader. So these guys not too far away. About 2.7 seconds is the gap between Tyler Fode and Liam Kerr at this point. Jordan Owens another about half second back, but very easy to close those gaps here. A couple deep dives into the corner. All of a sudden you're right back in this one as they work their way down towards turn number 1. Looks like Cutlip just put in his personal best of the day as a 1:16. Hunter Smith with a big recovery from his earlier issues. Now working his way back up there as well. So these guys doing a nice job in the early stages. 5 minutes in, a long way to go. Shout out to all 30 of you currently up at this ungodly hour with it. Oh no, Hunter, what are we doing, buddy? You just put down a quick time, now you got into the wall. That's not what you want to do. As Hunter Smith gonna gather it back up and work his way back out onto that racing surface just behind Richie Hearn. Of course, Hearn, a former IndyCar driver out there in the real world and a now everything driver here in the Elite Racing League, as he's rocking that Warriors for Peace and 40 Racewear livery here today. Shout out to Warriors for Peace and 40 Racewear who are on board with us here as partners of the Elite Racing League. So pretty cool to see Richie Hearn representing them here this morning as Liam Kerr continues to lead the way. Let's jump back to GT3, or even Aguado has pulled away from Hayden Fowler. 2.5 seconds back to him as Fowler just looking for that extra little bit, see what he can do to get up there and battle it out with Aguado. Cameron Rich right there. He's got Logan Brink right on the rear end of him as they work their way through the infield sections of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway back onto the rectangle. I guess I was going to say an oval, but this is certainly not anything close to an oval here. is let's see what we can do. Maybe we'll have a quick word with Cale Pocock. Hey, Cale, it's Robert in the booth. You get a copy?
Yep.
Early issues for you. What happened?
Looks like the car in front of me spun and didn't hold the brakes. So when I went to go around him, he just came right in front of me and sent me for one hell of a ride.
That was one heck of a ride, that's for sure. What's the outlook for the rest of this race? Can you get back out there?
Right now we got 10 more minutes of repairs, so we're gonna see how the car drives after that and just log some laps for the experience. But yeah, it's pretty frustrating to get taken out lap one of a 4-hour race. There was a lot of people there on that first lap that made a lot of aggressive moves. Looks like going through the chicane, I had a little bit of net code and kicked somebody sideways, and then I straightened it back out. So I'm like, no harm, no foul there. And then a couple spinners, no one got me.
Yeah, just unfortunate there, but luckily this is only race one of the season, so still a lot of races left to go and get you back out there. Is there a race on the schedule that you're looking forward to most? And hopefully it wasn't this one.
I don't know. I don't think I had any. I don't even remember the whole schedule, to be honest. No, I was just looking like we weren't going to be fighting for the win anyway. We're just kind of doing it to get more experience in the car and hopefully a decent finish, have fun, but got a little bit of a setback here.
Definitely a little bit of a setback, Cale. We're going to get you back down there, get those repairs wrapped up, but any shout outs you want to give, sponsors you want to thank for putting that car on the racetrack?
Just shout out to everybody at Abbott Motorsports, all my teammates, just having fun hanging out with a great group of guys and running all these races.
All right, Cale, thanks for joining us, and best of luck if you get back out there.
All right, thank you.
So we're taking a look at an incident out here on the racetrack. Chris Pierce looks like he had a bit of a moment, as we'll pull that one up here. Pierce he just sent it into the corner on those GT3s, sent himself around, and that's going to cost him a couple of spots. Pierce going to fall back to 6th in class, maybe make that 7th, as Hunter Smith closing up now, trying to work his way into that 6th spot. Of course, we saw the issues earlier for Smith. By the way, we just spoke to Cale Pocock, one of the Abbott Motorsports drivers, and the other driver involved in that incident, Richard Walsifer, now back out there on the racing surface. So it looks like he has recovered from that earlier incident. So looks like Zach Evans going to join us here for a bit for this 4-hour race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Zach, good morning.
Good morning, Robert. How are we doing?
Fantastic, my friend. How about this one? Something a bit different than that stock car stuff that we do every other day of the week.
It's definitely different here in Elite. It's exciting to see something different. We've had some one-off sports car endurance style events here and there over the years. But obviously there's a lot of interest right now in having a proper year-long series for these cars on the weekends, and we've seen 23 teams show up for this season opener here at Indianapolis, and hopefully it can keep that momentum up all year long, and we can put together several of these great events for the fans here on the Elite Racing Network throughout the year.
Yeah, definitely going to be exciting, and there was a ton of interest in this series coming out. Like you said, we have 23 teams here for the first event, and I'm sure we're going to pick up a couple more throughout the season, maybe some one-offs at some tracks that teams tend to prefer. I know we have a 24-hour race on the schedule. That's going to be absolutely insane, especially considering we're going to try to broadcast flag to flag for that one, and we'll see how that goes. But nonetheless, Pretty good out here. It's a good start and a long day ahead of us here with battles all morning long.
Absolutely, and it's kind of nice to start with a 4-hour race. I think obviously most of the races, much like the real life IMSA series, are in that 2-hour 40-minute range, which is a long race, but in endurance terms, that's basically a sprint race. Your typically two drivers are only going to be in the car for a couple of stints, and then they get to enjoy the rest of their day. 4 hours is a little bit more of a test. It's not quite the 24 hours or the 6 hours, but it puts these drivers to, in the car a little bit longer. Maybe some of the teams are even bringing in the third driver for this one, and it's kind of a nice way to, I think, set the table for the season.
Yeah, absolutely. It lets them stretch their legs a little bit, get used to the car. Well, they should be used to it now, and just get out here, have some fun. Obviously, you mentioned most of the race is going to be in that 2.5 hour range, so not quite as long as this one, but still long enough to have a bit of chaos and throw some strategy into play out there. As we take a look at your race leader, Liam Kerr, still about 2.5 seconds ahead of Tyler Fode, but Fode closing the gap just a little bit, 2.3 seconds there, as we see the gap stretch once again. It's going to be like an accordion most of the morning here. Jordan Owens there in third, Cutlip and White the rest of the top 5 in GTP, as these guys having themselves a good opening stint. We'll see when they opt to do the driver change, if they just split it down the middle, maybe put one driver in for the start and the finish. I don't know, but it's totally up to these teams how they do it.
It is, and certainly I think you're going to see some different strategies over the season. I'm listening in on race control at the moment. It looks like the 127 driven by Chris Pierce has just been sent a drive-through penalty for that contact before I joined the booth, but with the GT3 car over in, I believe it was turn 3 or 4.
Obviously, for Chris Pierce, not the way he wanted to start this one. I'm sure not the way his co-drivers wanted it to go either, but nonetheless, he'll learn from that one and come back out here and continue on. As we have a side-by-side battle in GTP, it's William White and Hunter Smith battling for the 5th spot. And for Smith, it's a really good recovery. He had his issues on lap number 1, now back up into the top 5 and getting himself closer to being back involved in this fight. As he's got a long way to go still to get up to those podium drivers, but a little bit of strategy, good pit stops. You never know for that Hunter Smith number 4 machine, as Chris Pierce comes down to serve his penalty. Like you mentioned, a drive-through, so Pierce, he might have gone a little quick there.
Well, I'm wondering, with the brake lockup after he had passed the yellow cone, I almost wonder if he misclicked and didn't quite hit the pit limiter. Hopefully he didn't speed and give himself another penalty, which obviously iRacing would be the determiner on that. It's still showing a black flag on my screen at the moment, but that's probably the drive-through he is currently serving. So we'll see on pit exit if he has another penalty or not.
Long,
of course,
slow.
Pit limiters, that's not something we're usually talking about.
No, that's right. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We don't have those on the stock car side. It's you go down there, you are your own pit limiter, and
I think he got away with that one. It looks like he is all clear.
yeah, he's Chris Pierce is okay, able to continue on after serving his penalty. Let's see what we got out here for battles. We'll go back to Hunter Smith. He's cleared William White and actually pulled away a little bit, so not too bad there for Hunter Smith. Looks like we have a battle in GT3 though. That's Ryan King and Ty McIntosh, a guy that we're quite familiar with there, and Ty McIntosh.
And that's another exciting thing about this series, because there are a lot of the guys we know from Elite, whether it be the stock car side, even the IndyCar side on Thursday nights. But there are some names that we're really learning about for the first time because they're joining because it is a sports car series, and that is their discipline, their focus, the reason they wanted to join the Elite Racing League. And like you say, Ty McIntosh, somebody we know from the stock car side very well, um, doing battle right now with somebody that maybe we don't know quite as well.
Ryan King, one of those guys that's here because whoa, Ryan, almost out into the outside wall there. That got a little sketchy for a moment. But yeah, you mentioned how it's welcomed some new drivers out here, and a guy that joined Elite because of a sports car series and now has transitioned to stock cars is Caleb Pecumer, one of those Lake Norman Motorsports drivers. He came out last time we had a sports car series, and all of a sudden he was kind of hooked on what Chad's done here with the Elite Racing League, and now we see him in just about every series. He dabbles a bit in Cup and races trucks and Xfinity and ARCA and everything else that we have. And another guy that we know but maybe don't want to is Chris Wright, as he currently sits in position number 9, as I'm sure he'll get wind of that comment.
It looks like we may have had an incident again with the 127. I believe you're queuing up the replay now. The Mark J. Riblett's photography replay machine in action this morning. So this is going through right before you get back onto the speedway, and just a self-spin situation. I think, again, was eager to get around that GT3 and just kind of overcooked it in the process.
And that's kind of been Chris Pierce's nemesis here so far, is getting around the traffic. And that's something some guys are going to be able to do a little bit easier. Some guys are going to struggle. And Chris Pierce just not quite able to get through. He was going around Cameron Rich, who this guy, he's dabbled in just about everything in the Elite Racing League as well. Stepped away over the last couple of years, but nice to see him back here in the sports car series. As wow, some of these guys are absolutely using every inch of this racetrack to work their way around, as we saw pretty deep back there. These guys working their way around the likes of Caleb Pecumer, as I believe that's Jordan Owens right there. Yes, it is the Fueled Up Racing number 54 entry working his way on by. He's got Cale Pocock just behind him. Cale back out there after his earlier incident. Zach, I don't know if you saw that one, but Cale absolutely flew through the air here on lap number 1.
Yeah, definitely a heartbreaking start for Cale, and honestly, that entire Abbott Motorsports effort. You know, we know how much preparation goes into even one of our regular stock car events, but with this, you know, the team effort, the testing that's been done, just both as the season opener and just in general to prepare for a 4-hour race, learning these new to us cars, and in some cases relatively new cars on the service, especially on the GT3 side, and to have it kind of fall apart on lap 1 is definitely just heartbreaking for those guys.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and luckily they do have some time to rebound, maybe get some points here, and work their way back up. And another car that I'm excited to see here today is the Venom Racing number 5. That's the Huckleberry entry. Of course, Ryan currently behind the wheel. Father Dave going to be out there a little bit later on. And Dave, the executive producer here at the Elite Racing Network, has really stepped into the race car over the last couple of months and starting to spread out a little bit. We've seen him in the trucks and dabbling a little bit in the ARCA series as well. So cool to see Dave out there, and he'll be out in that race car just a little bit later on. But Ryan currently sitting 13th in GT3, and he's worked his way back onto the lead lap, which not an easy feat here.
No, it's not. And of course, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on that car. I'll be driving it some later this season, or at least that is the plan. Over on the South Shore side, there was marginal interest. There were people who were very interested, and then there were people who were interested but are affiliated with other teams already, people like Chris Wright, Nick Massey. So it was kind of just me and old Bojo, Ray Bracy on Island, and we worked out a deal this week, kind of late in the works, but late, this week to partner up with the Venom Motorsports Group, and you'll see us in that car throughout the season this year.
That's some exciting news right there. Is there a race you're looking forward to taking part in the most?
Well, I'm not sure schedule-wise how that's going to work out as far as which ones I will be driving, but if I had to pick one, I really hope I am running. Probably, I think that the excitement of doing an endurance race is the longer races. So Daytona and obviously the 24-hour. Those are the ones I'm probably going to be looking forward to the most, just as an enthusiast of this discipline of racing.
Yeah, and endurance racing kind of has that separate element of it that just makes it a really exciting, fun time and throws a lot of strategy in there. And that's when the physical and mental fatigue also comes into play. And the mental side, quite often in those endurance races, weighs even heavier than the physical fatigue, because of course you're going to get your rests in there, your breaks and whatnot, but you're always focused on what's going on out there, and it takes a lot. So hopefully those endurance races bring out a lot of cars, a lot of drivers, and it is a lot of fun, which we expect it to definitely be.
Checking in on the YouTube chat a while ago, and I forgot to mention it, but Jesse Racimas did ask, how is the weather forecast looking for this race? Which is something, again, relatively new to iRacing, but we've seen that especially in the official endurance races like the iRacing Daytona 24 a few weeks ago. That is a huge factor now in these endurance races. And looking ahead, obviously you see the current conditions right now, 75 degrees Fahrenheit ambient temperature, track temp of 93 degrees, which is oddly not the surface of the sun. That's interesting to note. And right now, no rain, obviously, and I do not see any rain in the forecast. Obviously, that could change. There is the it is not, the setting is not turned on to make it impossible for it to rain, but conditions do not look favorable for precipitation over the next 3.5 hours. I'll say that.
And I think that's a good thing. I don't think these drivers necessarily ready to deal with the wet, but I'm fairly certain at some point this season we will see a little bit of moisture from the sky out here on the racetrack.
Well, and obviously it wasn't part of our season, but there was the 24-hour event in France before the season started over the winter, and we had or I guess that was a 6-hour race, excuse me. And there was rain in that, and it was quite the challenge, I can tell you, from taking part in that race. And I think my team soldiered on to about a 4th place finish in GT3 simply on existing at the end of 6 hours.
Well, and that's all you need to do is exist, and you might luck into a fairly decent finish, especially when it's raining and these drivers struggle to work their way through those conditions. But nonetheless, I'm excited to see any sort of rain throughout the season. As we watch Hunter Smith here, he just put in his quick time of the day with a 1:14.88. The quick time of the event so far is currently held, I believe, by your current leader, Liam Kerr, with a 1:14.77.
And, that's another thing that is probably going to sound strange to the people who are used to watching the stock car racing here on the Elite Racing Network, right? What do you mean Hunter Smith just set his fastest lap 26 minutes into this stint? But in the sports car world, it's not as much about the tire wear as much as burning off the fuel load. So it's not uncommon to see guys get quicker as a stint goes on rather than the other way around. And I'm sure, I haven't been privy to any of these conversations, but I'm sure some teams have even had the conversation, is it better to even bother changing tires after the first stint? Or would the cold tires be more of a detriment? Do you want to leave the hot tires on there for one more go around?
Yeah, double stinting tires, definitely not an uncommon thing in these sports cars, and a lot of times it can give you that extra little bit out there on the racetrack. Oh, as things are getting tight for Liam Kerr. Oh, that was sketchy right there.
It was, and obviously he's in that tricky spot where you don't want to lose too much time in this traffic, but at the same time you can't throw away your race 30 minutes into 4 hours either. It's such a tough balance, but that's one of those unique aspects of this form of racing.
Yeah, most definitely, especially the multi-class racing where you're going by some of these cars that just don't have the same power and pace to work their way around. It's almost like a moving chicane at some points out here, and we just saw that for Liam Kerr as things got real sketchy for him for a moment, but luckily was able to clear through. I think now would be a good time to have a quick chat with William White. He said he wanted to talk to us under green, so we'll bring him up. William, it's Robert and Zach up in the booth. You got a copy?
Hello, yes I do.
How are things going out there, my friend? Currently sitting 6th overall. You think you can get up there and maybe put the car towards the podium before you do your driver swap?
Potentially, although I think that entirely depends on luck for everyone else around me, because they're all a lot quicker than me, and I'm pretty sure they're in a lot quicker cars. I'm not really enjoying how this Cadillac drives at this track. It doesn't want to turn, and I feel absolutely dead slow compared to everyone else around me who isn't driving a Cadillac. As you can see there's it locks up again. Traffic has been a bit of a nightmare. I've tried to be smart through it, and I think I'm getting punished for it because everyone else tends to gain a couple seconds a lap on me anytime I catch a GT3, but hopefully it'll come to my benefit at some point. I think it's an endurance race. I'm going to try and keep out the barriers for these couple hours that I'm in the car before I hand over to Dominic, and then eventually we'll find ourselves hopefully further towards the front, but I'm quite happy where I am, just keeping it on the black stuff.
Well, that's definitely the goal, is keeping it on the black stuff and not the green stuff, which we saw you do just a little bit there, but that's okay. We'll blame Corey Abbott for that, right?
It's always Corey's fault, yeah. He's acting some weird voodoo on me. He got the paints the wrong way around, and now he's trying to mess my car up. So, yeah, it's always his fault.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned you're going to hand the car over to Dominic right here. What's the current plan for driver stints? Are you going to split it down the middle, or are you going to break it down into hour-long stints in the car? What's the plan here for the 121?
Pretty much, just split it down the middle. Going to do a double stint. That'll take us to about the 2-hour mark, and then I'm going to hand over for the rest of the race because I've got prior obligations at about 6 o'clock over here, and the race ends at 7 GMT, so I've got to be gone ski before the checkered flag. So I'm going to hand over to him about 5 o'clock, and then he'll see it out for the rest of the race.
Zach, you got anything here for William?
No, I don't think I do. I think I'm just enjoying watching him drive this caddy around and realize how much better he is than I am.
Quite the compliment.
And it's not though. Have you ever seen me road course?
I mean, this is true. I've seen you do other things, and you're quite speedy.
Well, I'll take that from somebody who has been destroying me in the ARCA series. Excuse me. The Rev Limit Workshop Development Series presented by Pit Pass Network.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, you got the branding right.
Thank Robert.
Yeah, you got that right. It's good. Thomas Coonan was getting ready to reach out and say, hey.
Hey.
Yeah.
I pay good money for that, you know.
All right, Will, any shout outs you want to give before we send you back down and let you focus a little bit?
Yes, everyone at Abbott Motorsports who's on the team for this, which is off the top of my head, Leighton, Corey, Dom, Brent, Kale, and Logan Key. There we go, I got it all right. University of Chichester as well, all of the Abbott Motorsports partners, all of the GT3s for being very courteous in being in my way right now. No, they've been quite cool, actually.
That's just Chris Wright. You can punt him if you want.
That's true, I could punt Chris Wright, but then he won't talk nice about me on the Xfinity broadcast, so maybe I won't.
On the podcast, yep.
on the podcast, a very real podcast. Yeah, University Jiu-Jitsu as well. I think I mentioned them. Everyone watching at home, Holly and Dad as well, all giving me that extra horsepower that's being put to amazing use here in 6th place. 36 seconds off the lead, and we're barely half an hour in. It's going well.
We're racing fine here. We're good.
We're driving good.
Me fine. Me fine.
Yeah.
Oh, look at me.
There you
fine.
go.
There we go.
You're definitely doing a little bit more fine than your team car there of Cale Pocock, who made his race car into an airplane earlier on.
I did see that. That was unfortunate. I'm just glad it happened behind me.
Well, we'll get you back down to your team. Thanks for spending some time up here with us, and hopefully you're able to get up there and have yourself a good finish.
Thank you. Have fun up there.
We will. That's William White, driver for Abbott Motorsports. Let's see who else we can maybe get a word with a little bit later on. We got quite a variety of drivers to pick from here today, so should be a good one as we'll take a look back at Chris Wright. We mentioned him earlier on. He's currently chasing down Ryan King, the Tachycardia Racing number 260, currently sitting in the 8th spot. Chris Wright back there in 9th as Chris gonna work his way through. We'll see if he can get up there and go side by side, give us a little bit of a battle. If not, then Chad's gonna dock his pay for not giving us excitement in this battle.
I like the sounds of that.
Yeah. I don't think Chris will like the sounds of that. By the way, he's got Blue Egg Marketing on the rear of his car. We'll hear from Blue Egg a little bit later on. They're one of the premier partners here of the Elite Racing League. Great group over there at Blue Egg.
Oh, for sure, and a longtime partner here of Elite, and definitely always thankful for Blue Egg and everyone involved. You know, there's lots of sponsors you hear about in all of these broadcasts, and they really do all offer a lot to Elite to help make this incredible racing all week long here on the Elite Racing Network possible.
Well, and I saw earlier on social media that tonight actually kicks, or this morning, I'm so used to night races. This one kicks off the first race in 6 days in a row. So it's absolutely chaotic. We got tonight here, this morning here in Indianapolis. Yeah, we're talking fine. The Solar Racing Sports Car Series here at Indianapolis. Then tomorrow night is the Juicy Spider Truck Series at Dave Huckleberry's favorite track of Oswego. Monday night, the Robiles Photography Grand National Series heads to Legacy, Atlanta. Then Tuesday, the Rev Limit Workshop Development Series presented by PitPassNetwork.com heads to Talladega. Then Wednesday, the Belly Up Sports Cup Series goes to Michigan. You'll be on that call, Zach, alongside David Westergreen and David Huckleberry. Both of the Davids.
Both of the Davids.
Both of the Davids. And then Thursday, to wrap up that 6 in a row, will be the Warriors for Peace IndyCar Series from Sonoma, the first road course of the season there for the Warriors for Peace IndyCar Series. So that one should be exciting. I'm sure we'll see Chad out there competing. He doesn't have good history at Sonoma. I remember he got wrecked there a couple years ago in the Cup Series, so he's hoping for
Yeah, there was this freak accident where there was a car behind him that going into turn 2, it lost brakes and just buried him in a tire barrier. It was very odd. You don't usually see stuff like that on iRacing.
Yeah, no, I've no idea how that happened to him. It's just so unfortunate, and I'm just glad Chad was okay, able to continue his race. I think he still got top 10, so it was fine. But he's just hoping for a better event this time at Sonoma as we take a look at one of those Lake Norman cars of Tate Lytle. Maybe at some point today we'll get a word with him. This is definitely not something we're used to seeing Tate in on the sports car side of things. So exciting to see the Cup Series champion out here racing with us.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, something that William White talked about in his interview that I kind of forget about, even just not being used to it, not doing it a whole lot. On the stock car side, yes, there are the different OEMs, the Ford, the Chevrolet, the Toyota, but performance-wise in the sim, all the cars are the same. There is no advantage to which one you drive other than visual preference or brand loyalty or whatever the case may be. Whereas with the sports car stuff, you do have to consider, each of the brands, the cars do perform differently, and certainly William White talking about the struggles he's having with the Cadillac versus some of the other GTPs in the field, and you'll see some of that with the GT3s, especially different. You have lots of different brands. Is that William White? Well, there you go. Definitely that Cadillac's still giving him trouble, but that's just something a different wrinkle to this series that we don't normally work with.
That's exactly it. You're running the same class, but completely different cars. We have the Acuras out here, the Ferraris as well, the Cadillacs, multiple different manufacturers, and then in GT3 you have your McLarens, your Corvettes. You got the Porsches out here as well. It's pretty cool. The one Ford in the entire field, one of those big beefy Mustangs. The big beefy Mustangs did do well in the real world. Daytona 24 this year, so the Multimatic team. Looks like the racing's calmed down just a little bit. We do have one battle here, William White and Richie Hearn. That's Hearn chasing down the William White machine. Of course, Will just had his off-track moment not too long ago, but going to be able to gather it back up and continue on. So what we're going to do, as the 17 car headed for pit lane, I believe this is about on track with when we expected the pit window to open. So we should see more of the field down within the next couple of minutes. But nonetheless, we're going to step aside real quick, take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have continued coverage of the opening round of the Solo Sports Car Series here on the Elite Racing Network. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Since 2010, race fans have had one burning question. When will the Xfinity Series return to Worldwide Technology Raceway? You asked. NASCAR delivered. On Saturday, September 6, 2025, the magic is back. The track that launched the legendary careers of Harvick, Busch, Keselowski, Edwards, and Earnhardt Jr. is now ready to write that next chapter. We're going to introduce you to a new crop of future champions and Hall of Famers. And in the process, we'll create more of the greatest moments in racing history. NASCAR Weekend 2025, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Playoffs, the Confluence Music Festival, and now 250 miles of the NASCAR Xfinity Series. 2 incredible races, 1 challenging track, a 3-day party of epic proportions. Go to www.raceway.com and lock in your weekend racing and camping packages for as little as $20 down.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And we're back here with a battle for the race lead. Tyler Fode getting up there and duking it out with Liam Kerr as they work their way by a little bit of lap traffic. Fode gonna look to take his way to the outside and try to pass that Kerr machine. Not quite able to do it that time. Briefly did have the race lead as they're slicing and dicing, a little bit of snaking here as they catch one of the slower GT3s to try to get by him. And I say slower GT3s, Hayden Fowler definitely not slow here today, currently second in class in GT3, but a lot slower than those GTPs. But as we watch this battle, let's hear from our friends at Blue Egg Marketing.
Rev up your business with Blue Egg, your marketing pit crew. Turbocharge your lead generation with experienced drivers that can navigate the competitive track to connecting with your customers. With Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. To win the Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Fueling big to win big. Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, big. Cup. To win big, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, win big.
That's our friends at Blue Egg Marketing with a very catchy tune right there. Fueling small businesses to win big with Blue Egg Marketing. As the battle continues with Liam Kerr and Tyler Fode. Fode gonna take the dive. Will it stick? And it looks like it does. New leader Tyler Fode for Lake Norman Motorsports, but Liam Kerr battling right back here, Zach.
He gets the inside there going into turn 4. He will get back out front. But now can Fode fight back down this long straightaway, get that toe as they head down towards turn 7? He's gonna show the nose, but he isn't there.
Man, these guys are going to swap this lead a couple of times. I'm fairly certain of it as Kerr takes it back from Fode. Fode has led twice already, but has not been registered as leading a lap because Liam Kerr just battles right back and steals that position from him, and it looks like he's going to be able to spread his legs just a little bit here. And
Are you that mesmerized by Blue Egg?
love me some Blue Egg. Great guys over there. As Fode loses some gap here.
Yeah, Fode lost some time there getting around one of the GT3 cars, unfortunately. So the battle will quiet down for a little bit. Still only a second back, and kind of creeping into the picture there is Jordan Owens as well.
Yeah, and we actually had a shout out for Jordan over in the YouTube chat. Our good friend Harrison Talent saying, let's go Jordan Mowens. Jordan, of course, the expert lawn care guy over there, so has picked up the name of Jordan Mowens. And he's also cheering on John Cutlip, who currently sits 4th in GTP. Both of these drivers having pretty good days, but you're right, Jordan's really been able to close that gap, and he's just taking advantage of that battle that these guys have had.
Certainly and that's kind of what we see from Jordan Owens a lot of time on the stock car side as well, right? He's not somebody that's very, going to be very flashy, get up front, lead a bunch of laps, make a bunch of aggressive moves, but you get to the end of 200, 250, 400, 500 miles. It's like, oh, hey, Jordan Owens is running 8th.
He's very quiet and sneaky when it comes to working his way up there to those good finishes, and that's kind of happening right here as well, where he's had a really good day. He's been up there on the podium pretty much from the drop of the green flag, but still quiet and quietly working his way closer to Tyler Fode and Liam Kerr, who look like they're about to kick off the battle again as they head down the straightaway portion of the infield here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Brief lock up there by Kerr. That's going to open the door for Fode to get right up to that rear gearbox. We'll see if he can work his way past. Is Richie Hearn going to come down pit lane? We've already had one driver change here today back in the GT3 field. We'll see if Hearn stays in the car or gives way to one of his teammates here. Not sure who the secondary driver is on the Richie Hearn team, but we'll keep our eyes on that, as this is a long, slow pit lane here at Indy. And we got more takers on pit road. This time it's your leaders, Liam Kerr, Tyler Fode gonna come down. That hands the race lead over to the brake hard, fueled up racing machine of Jordan Owens, as he'll head off into turn number 1 and see what he can do to pull a little bit of gap on these guys that are currently taking their pit stop, as Kerr and Fode still working their way down all the way to the end of this long pit lane. We'll see them in their box in probably about 10 minutes when they get there, as Richard Walsifer has an issue. He's going to come to a stop here. We'll take a look in the Robotless Photography replay machine, robotlessphoto.com, for all your photography needs.
It looks like this is heading towards that chicane. Yep, just locks up. Fortunately, just kind of drives off track. No further incident, no spin, certainly no contact. But that was heading towards turn 12. Oh, now this is this William White? It is.
Oh, okay. Look,
maybe a lot. I don't know if he was thinking about pitting there and locked up. Odd one, especially since it kind of blinked out on the screen as well. So hard to get a good oh, that's really bad.
I think that's his connection.
He's having some kind of computer issue. Yeah.
Oh man, that's catastrophic right there. Definitely not something you want. And hopefully Will is able to get it to his pit box and not going to need to use any sort of a tow here, which would definitely be unfortunate. As we take a look at your race leader, that's Jordan Owens. John Cutlip currently second overall, so these guys still out there, still leading the way without their pit stop. Hunter Smith did come down to the attention of that Little Eagle crew down on pit lane. Liam Kerr has continued on, but Tyler Fode has given way to Justin Wadsworth. Wadsworth now behind the wheel of that machine. Of course, Wadsworth is currently the defending Cup Series champion, Zach, so good to see Justin out here.
At least somebody knows how to drive a number 6 stock car really fast.
He does a great job of it, doesn't he?
He does better than I ever did. But, you know, speaking about this battling, obviously you touch on that driver change for the 941 out of the Lake Norman Motorsports stable, but you know, with Jordan Owens right now, it may not seem like a lot, you know, being able to drive a couple extra laps on this stint, but it could be a huge deal down the road. It might mean that team is able to take less fuel on a later pit stop when it gets down to crunch time. It could mean, you know, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Maybe, you know, on the other side, the guys who did pit get a little bit more of a favorable play in the traffic. That's just kind of the beauty of these 4-hour-long endurance races, so we'll have to see how it plays out. But I feel like in these endurance races, a lot of times the longer you can take a fuel run, it tends to pay off.
Absolutely. It gives you a chance to maybe give yourself a bit of separation, and Owen's still out there. We'll see if he comes down this time. It's been a couple additional laps on the majority of the field, and yes, Jordan Owens is coming to the attention of his pit crew here I believe the intention is for them to split it down the middle, so Owens will stay in the car. We did have another driver change, though, actually 2 more in GTP. Hunter Smith has given way now to Ryan Schuld, who is behind the wheel of the 4 car. They're currently sitting 5th in class, and Talon Drake, as Talon goes around, has taken over for Chris Pierce, who has decided to give way. He'll be back a little bit later on, I'm sure, in that 127 for ADRA Esports. I believe this was a driver swap as well. Logan Shea getting behind the wheel of the Leviathan entry in GT3. Can't remember who started that car, though, but nonetheless, Logan Shea behind the wheel now.
Well, looking at the lap counts, no, I think Logan is still.
Okay, there we go.
I'm trying to. It looks like Liam Cullen is on standby to take over that entry, but it does not look like. Actually, maybe he was. I'm having a hard time deciphering the stuff on the iRacing UI. I know you'll find that hard to believe.
Wow, shocking. And what's also shocking is apparently I lied. Jordan Owens has given way, and Justin Vandermarl now behind the wheel of the 54 car, and they've exited pit lane in a great spot. They're 2nd overall. There's Liam Kerr, your race leader, right there. So they've actually gained a ton of positioning out here on the racetrack in that 54 car, and very well could be in one of the best positions, because you have to think with that pit stop came the driver change, so that was even a longer stay on pit lane than some of these other cars, and they've been able to exit right there with the race leader. So pretty solid stop for the Fueled Up Racing team. And another driver change has taken place. William White has given way, not by choice, to Dominic Wright, as Wright now behind the wheel of the 121. He's going to have quite a bit of work to do to try to get back onto the lead lap, currently sitting 2 laps down in the Abbott Motorsports car.
And yes, just to circle back on, I'm seeing that Logan Shea has completed 37 laps, so that would tell me he was indeed in the car to start the event. So that is not a driver change on the Leviathan number 70 entry.
So this is a battle of the Justins here that's getting really tight. Wadsworth and Vandermarl going wheel to wheel. Vandermarl there in the black car, Wadsworth in the red entry for Lake Norman Motorsports. This is quite a good one here that's shaping up.
And that's, again, one of those beautiful things about sports car racing. You know, Vandermarl climbing in that car, Jordan Owens put him in a spot to take the fight to Justin Wadsworth here, and now we see how these 2 drivers will fare against each other. We saw how Fody and Owens stacked up. Now it's time for the Justins to do battle.
That's right. We had a bit of a shout out over here in the YouTube chat as well from Dakota Pignataro for T-Mac. That would be Ty McIntosh. It's currently sitting 7th in GT3. And I think I finally got Dakota's name right, which is a job in itself.
Now I feel like a terrible friend, because I've hung out a lot with him in Discord, and I've never once asked him, how do you pronounce your last name? So who's the real jerk? Oh, somebody's off track there.
That's Richard
just
Walsifer.
outside of Brain. Oh.
Richard Walsifer, go ahead.
I was just going to, well, while you're queuing up, we'll look at the replay first, and I'll relay that bit of info, but definitely a car we've seen with a couple of struggles, and I think he's just got clipped the grass right there going into, I believe that's turn 4, and that just spits him off into the gravel trap. We did receive word from William White. Mechanical issue on the 121. British guy's computer decided to, well, I'm going to censor this. The computer stopped working. I should read the messages before I read the messages. But let's just say the computer stopped cooperating with William as he was approaching pit entry.
There we go. Yeah, it took a nap. It took a nap.
Yes.
I would say it's because it's too early, but it's 4
It's not for
o'clock.
him. It's almost
4
dinner
o'clock.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I don't know if they call it dinner. That's even a regional thing here in the States. Is it dinner or supper? You know, depending on where you live in the States. I don't even know what they call it over there. So that'll be that'll be a conversation for another day when he's not mad at his computer. I'm not gonna ask him that right now.
No, definitely not. They have quite a bit of different terminologies. Richard Walsifer decides to turn Indianapolis into a beach over here with a major. Oh no!
Oh no! Stay on the tires. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
You see Limitless on the side of that machine. Tires are Limitless here today. So if you go for any slides, you can just come down and replace those tires.
Well, it might be worth considering at this point. Obviously, we talked about the tire wear isn't as severe on these cars as others, but I'm sure they're very hot and very angry after a couple of spins, and not to mention anytime you put things like gravel or grass on those tires, especially with the debris updates in recent months here on iRacing, they get very, very uncooperative.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right about that. As there's Chris Wright. Just taking a quick look at our friend Chris Wright there. I thought he had swapped out with Chris.
Oh,
that got tight right there. Nearly an issue for Chris Wright. As you see on the bottom of the screen, a couple of pit stops taking place. Ryan King going to come down in GT3. Richard Walsifer also coming down. We had mentioned the tires being an option for these guys. Looks like Walsifer going to take advantage of that. And Ryan King's pit stop will be the first scheduled stop of the day in GT3. Logan Brink also going to come down. That is your third place GT3 car. So this will likely open the floodgates for the rest of the GT3 field to come down for their stops, as we should see even Aguado down there over the next lap or so. And then we'll see if we get any sort of driver swaps from this one. I know we're expected to see Austin and Abnett in the 999 take over for Tate Lytle at some point. And yes, there it is. We do have a driver swap. Brink out, Helms gonna go in. Bobby Helms behind the wheel of the 21 machine now. Another swap going on in the 260. Otis Winston gonna get behind the wheel, and that's probably one of the coolest names in this field. Otis Winston. Yeah. Good to see old Otis here. As there's a driver change. Caleb Pecumer gonna exit the car. Dylan Javier gonna get behind the wheel of the 959. So I would expect a couple more swaps. We could see a swap for Lake Norman in the 968 at any point. Chris Wright will give way to Nick Massey, another one of our colleagues here at the Elite Racing Network.
I definitely want to call out this one because I was accused slander in the YouTube chat by David Westergreen because I said there were guys affiliated with South Shore who didn't want to race with South Shore in this series. Well, here's two of them right here driving for Lake Norman. So David Westergreen, direct all comments to your own poopy brain.
You've been told right there, D West. You've been told. Is Cameron Rich?
Oh, I hear it.
Cameron Rich, Tate Lytle, both coming down pit lane. We'll see if we have some swaps over to Drew Eisenman in the 77, and yes, we will. Drew Eisenman now behind the wheel of the EisenTech Enterprises entry. As Tate Lytle pulls into his box, goes up on Jax. Lytle now going to give way to Austin and Abnett as he gets into the car. Ty McIntosh going to come down, as will Evan Aguado, your leader here in GT3. We'll see if he stays in the car, as I think D-West might have just got back at you. No, Sleepy O in the 260 says Matt in the YouTube chat. Okay, Sleepy O
That
it
must
is.
be Otis. That must be Otis Winston's nickname. Sleepy
Yeah,
O.
Sleepy O.
We love nicknames.
As Ty McIntosh comes down, he's going to miss his pit stall, and he's going to give way to Cody McCorkle in the 25, one of the newest Shift Esports drivers. Chris Wright still in the car. Looks like he's going to, now he gets out, of course, has to make me a bit of a liar here. Nick Massey going to get behind the wheel. We're hoping to have Chris Wright join us at some point up here in the booth. And even Aguado has given way as well to Ale Torres. Torres going to get behind the wheel of the 174. And this one's an exciting one. Going out onto the racetrack now. Ryan Huckleberry out. It's dad's time. Dave Huckleberry going to get behind the wheel of that 5 car.
Just received a private message from Dakota. He said you got his name right. Congratulations.
Thank you for being my secretary today, Zach. You,
I didn't realize when I joined the booth today that I was also handling all, communications to Robert Hill. But,
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Not the first time that's happened today.
No, definitely not, as Chad also taking advantage of that option. We have another driver change that took place. Richard Walsifer out, Johnny Wood into the number 6 Limitless Esports entry. Hoping to recover a little bit from a couple of earlier incidents that they were involved in. But nonetheless, a long day ahead here. Only 1 hour in, 3 hours to go. As we look at your GT3 leader, Ale Torres leading the way now. Of course, took over from Even Aguado, who has taken his break now. I just saw William White's message from earlier. Glad you took a moment to reword that, Zach.
Yeah, that one needed some cleaning up. What doesn't need cleaning up right now, no, that's not his name. That's a different human being entirely. Liam Kerr's lead, stretching out in that GTP category while the Justins continue their fight for second. I believe I almost called him a soccer player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was the name you were going with?
Sam Kerr.
Okay. Oh, no. This is the Shift Esports entry. Cody McCorkle coming back down pit lane. I wonder if he had a speeding penalty in the 25, or did they potentially not get the car full? Because he's going to come to a
I
stop.
did see a black flag. There is a black flag showing.
Oh.
Oh, wait. No, that is them. I'm sorry. So, I'm thinking there must have been... it was not issued by race control.
Long stop here for these guys.
Yeah, that's what's kind of throwing me off. I wonder if maybe it was speeding on exit. I wonder. I bet. Yeah, it does not look like when he exited his pit stall, which would have been, after that last pit stop. It did not look like the pit limiter was activated, so he got up to about 55 miles per hour, and the limit is 40. Which, not sure if that means Ty McIntosh just manually kept himself under 40, and that's why the pit limiter wasn't engaged, or if Cody accidentally disengaged it when he entered the vehicle, which is better than the alternative. I don't know if you've ever heard the story sometimes in official races of guys who don't have limiter buttons mapped, and they hop in a car after a driver change, and then they're just stuck going 40 around the whole circuit until they can get back to pit road.
That sounds like misery.
I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it.
I wouldn't either. That sounds absolutely terrible. As Talon Drake has a brief off-track moment there, able to continue on though in the ADRA Esports entry. I love these teams though that add the color of their car to the end of the team name. Like this is ADRA Esports Black, but
Yes.
there's like a billion colors on that car. Why not blue? Why not pink?
I think my favorite one in that regard is the Abbott Motorsports Orange, because there is orange in all of the Abbott Motorsports. All the Abbott Motorsports cars have Abbott Motorsports Black also has orange in, as you see right there.
Yeah.
Oh no, that is actually the orange car, but nevertheless.
And there's the black. Aren't they the same car?
Now,
Yes.
I feel like no. Wait. Is the stamped number wrong on one of them? I'm getting very confused at the moment. I'm gonna be real honest with you.
Okay,
Because
so-
Williams' car was white, no pun intended, but it had the orange on it. What? Huh? Huh?
That's the same car.
But it wasn't. But it is.
So one thing that did happen with these cars is
Okay, yes, please enlighten me.
so Corey Abbott took care of setting up the teams in Trading Paints and uploaded the wrong car for each of these cars. So Dominic Wright's entry has Cale Pocock's name on it and his co-driver as well. And then in Cale's car, it has William White and Dominic Wright on it. So that's a little mixed up. So potentially there could be some sort of a difference there, as Cody McCorkle finally able to leave pit lane. He had a very, very long
That's
stay
an
down.
incredibly long. I don't know what. Yeah. Wow, that's tough.
As he's getting passed by one of the Abbott Motorsports cars.
One of them. Can't tell you which one. They both look the same now. I don't understand how that happened. William White's car did not look like that when he was in the car.
It's magic.
I'm struggling to regain my composure at whatever magic trick happened when the British guy's computer stopped working.
Well, Zach, looks like we got somebody to have a quick chat with here. Tyler Fody. Why don't you go ahead and take it away with old T. Fody?
All right, so here we are with Tyler Fody. Gotta get a quick word with him in the booth after his first stint to open this race, and certainly a strong one for you, Tyler. Mixed it up for the lead for a little while, and literally was right on the back bumper of that 24 when you did come into pit road for that driver change. How would you describe that first stint from your perspective?
Yeah. A little frustrating, honestly, with some of the racing out there, but in a good position still. Just trying to get through me and Justin here and then hand it over to Stanley. So yeah, going good so far.
When you talk about the frustration, was it necessarily that battle, or are we talking more like the GT3 traffic and stuff like that?
Well, the traffic's a given. Nothing really there, just mainly racing with the lead. Yeah, it's pretty obvious he doesn't like getting passed or racing really at all. We had the nose taken off a couple times there. Yeah, definitely a few moments where if we weren't backing out, we were both wrecking. So just let the team know that, and we're just waiting for him to switch because we know that's the best guy on the team. So it'll come back to us. We're just waiting for it.
All right, before we let you go, Tyler, any shout-outs you'd like to give as we're about an hour into this 4-hour race here?
Yeah, well, we got a lot of guys that are putting an effort in for this series. So, yeah, just big shout-out to all the Lake Norman guys. GT3, I think we're running about mid-pack to top 5 right now. So, see what those guys can do, and then obviously Stanley and Justin here for this race. Justin will be with our second prototype with Gavel. Gavel couldn't make this race, so he's stepping on for this race with us. But yeah, just shout out to everyone that's made this series a reality. And then also shout out to John Cutlip with JD Designs for painting all of our cars. So hopefully be talking to y'all in a couple hours here.
I have it on reliable under authority that Ryan Gavel's under about 9,000 feet of snow, so I still say you're the winners on that one.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you go, Tyler, but thanks for joining us, and good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it.
So that was Tyler Fody, part of that Lake Norman entourage. Right now, the 941 still in that second position, starting to stretch out a little bit on the Brake Hard Fueled Up Racing 54 in that battle for second in the GTP category.
Yeah, interesting to hear from Tyler Fody about some of the frustrations that they're experiencing in the battles that they've had for the race lead with the 24 entry of Liam Kerr, as just behind Justin Vandermarl, clearing a bit of that GT3 traffic, trying to chase down Justin Wadsworth again to reignite a battle. I don't think that was one of the frustrations of the battle with the fueled up car, but nonetheless, interesting to hear some of the emotions at this point in the race already.
Yeah, and I think we definitely saw some of that in that first stint. It's very easy as a racer, after all this anticipation, to go in and think you've got to grab every position you can, every second of lap time you can early in these races when the cars are bunched up together. And we saw that cost a couple of guys as well. So, and there you see a little bit of a lockup there, a little bit caught off guard by, that's Drew Eisenman in the 77, that GT3 car being lapped by the Porsche GTP of Justin Wadsworth.
Let's do a lap on board here with one of the drivers, see what they experience out here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's go on board with Dave. Dave Huckleberry going to give us a lap around this Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And I mean, who else besides Dave Huckleberry was, you know, a huge Purdue fan, huge fan of the Speedway. And right now he is going through, I guess, the second half of the lap, so to speak. This is turns 8 and 9 before the right-handed turn 10 that takes you back on the venerable 2.5 mile speedway. Of course, in the old days, you just followed oval turn 1 back to the Yard of Bricks, but now we have this lovely little chicane here that I love dearly. Turn 12, hard right-hander into the left-handed turn 13, and then 14 takes you, I think our lap ride is over. That looked like contact. I'm not sure if maybe a GTP car was approaching Dave as we went on board there.
Dave's gonna be mad. Oh, that's the Little Eagle car.
Oh,
isn't it? Is that Ryan Schold?
Yeah, that is Ryan Schold.
Oh man.
And from that first thing, I didn't.
No,
yeah,
no, it wasn't. Who was that?
Oh,
that's the Richie Hearn car. That's who that was. That was the 40
gotcha.
Raceware entry. Very
Raceware.
similar look.
Yes, indeed.
Oh man.
So we'll take another look at the replay here, or actually we're coming out of replay here. You can see the damage there. I mean, look how hard Huck is having to turn that wheel to make it go straight just to try and get back to the pit box. So that's a tough break for the Venom Racing team.
Dave's not gonna be too happy that that we went on board with him here. That might have been the rear end. Definitely not supposed to look like that.
Yeah, I have to think with that contact must have done some damage to the left rear as far as the wheel assembly, the suspension, something in there for it to require that much steering input while he was trying to get back to the pits.
It's just broke. that's the only way to put it. It's just broken. Poor Dave. Oh man.
Well, that's a new twist on the announcer's jinx. I will say that we did that.
We definitely did. Poor Dave, man. He's not gonna be happy with that one.
No.
It's just unfortunate. And hopefully they're able to get back out there, continue on. I know Dave was really looking forward to this series. Getting to race with his son as well, that's pretty cool. You don't get to see that a lot.
No, I mean, we have seen some family connections here in Elite in the stock car side, but like you say, in the stock car side, you're still competitors. You know, we have like Jesse and Jaden Racimas, but they're racing against each other. They're not on the same, I mean, you're teammates, but you're not on the same team. You're not literally driving the same car. So
Exactly.
obviously the sports car series offering a unique opportunity for people like the Huckleberries, and hopefully we'll see some more of that this season. Somebody is blinking terribly in a GT3 there.
That is Sleepy Otis Winston.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
His internet's a little sleepy today.
That's, yeah, hopefully that gets straightened out here shortly, because that can be very treacherous, especially as a GT3 car for these GTPs. You're trying to safely navigate around a competitor and you can't even tell where he is on the screen.
Well, and I can honestly say this is the only race in this series where we're going to have that as an issue whatsoever, because coming up in the next iRacing build, they're adding a connection flag that if your connection is unstable, it's automatically going to pull you into the pits until your connection stabilizes. So that, I find that a little interesting. Might not be good for some of these drivers that are joining us from overseas and have the high pings and interesting qualities that we've seen out of some of these guys, like William White, usually a little bit higher up, especially on the IndyCar side. A lot of the drivers out of Brazil, not necessarily on the same wavelengths when it comes to the connection, but hopefully it's not too glitchy when it first comes out, because sometimes we know things with iRacing can take a little bit of time.
I'm hoping it's well balanced. It's the best way I know, know how to describe it, because certainly there are cases where you wish iRacing could step in and pull a car blinking terribly off the track, but I hope it's not too trigger happy. Especially, I mean, you talk about, you know, racing with people around the world. I've even been dabbling a little bit on the official side on Friday nights with the supercar, which of course is an Australian vehicle. Most of the people who drive it are Australian, even in the quote-unquote North American official SOF time slots. So a lot of times you end up on an Australian server. So even with my very reliable internet, a lot of times my ping is a little sketchy in those races, because I'm trying to race with people in Australia, you know, and it's never gotten to the point of blinking in and out, but there's certainly a lot more latency, a lot more potential for those netcode incidents when I take part in that. And I'd hate to lose that opportunity if this connection flag is a little too sensitive, but we'll see how it plays out once it's implemented.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to take this chance, see if we can have a quick word with Ty McIntosh, maybe find out what the issue was with their entry. Ty, it's Robert and Zach up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
We're just curious, what happened on the pit road sequence earlier on? We saw Cody have to come back down and serve a rather lengthy penalty.
Yeah, no, so I got out of the car. He hopped in, and when he got in, for some reason, there wasn't the pit speed limiter wasn't on. So he went to like 40, 42, 43, and then it went from 15 when we were on pit road to where we exited pit road. It jumped up to 40, so it's 40-second hold.
Ooh, that's unfortunate and definitely debilitating just a wee bit, but do you guys think maybe you can get back up there and salvage a good finish here today?
I mean, I hope so. Cody's really getting acquainted with the car. Obviously, I think that's the tricky thing, is he had 15 minutes of practice, and then I took over, and then he didn't qualify the car. He didn't really do anything for like an hour, so he's really trying to get back acquainted. He's doing a good job. He's struggling with the same thing I was, which is these prototypes are a little scary, and they jump scare you in certain corners. I saw somebody get murdered right in front of me. So, yeah, no, it's just, it's a long race. We still got 2.5 hours left. So we're going to hope that we can figure this out. There's a lot of mistakes that can be made from everybody else too. So we always look at that.
And that's definitely a good point. A lot of other drivers can make those mistakes, which when it comes to this kind of racing can really be advantageous to you. But so far, you feel like the race has gone all right aside from that penalty, and And you're happy with the performance of the Shift Esports entry?
I mean, yeah, I think performance-wise, we just want to have fun for this first one. We had a lot going on this week with everything with the Cup Series and the Bathurst 12 that we tried to do, and this is something different for us. Normally, we do only the official endurance races, so they're a lot longer and maybe a little bit more prep time. For this, we're literally running a Hockenheim setup because it's what we had. So we're just really trying to have some fun. I told Cody that when he made the mistake. I said, buddy, we could finish 8th and I'd be fine. I'm not really stressing too much. We're just out here having fun.
Well, Ty, before we get you back down to your teammate, any shout outs you want to give, sponsors you want to thank for putting that car on the racetrack?
Obviously, Seth, it looks great. Did our special events livery with a little bit of different stuff, obviously, to fit the regulations. Design Ping for hopping on board for me this season. They're also on Cody, which is great. So we're kind of like the Design Ping guys that are out here running for Shift today. You guys have been on the show, Chad, for everything he's done. I know this is Schold and Vandermarl's thing, and it's been a blast so far. It's definitely something different and something to look forward to on Saturday mornings. So shout out them. Again, everybody at Shift, Seth, you guys put on the show.
All right, Ty, thanks for joining us, and best of luck the rest of the day.
Thanks, buddy.
It's Ty McIntosh, driver of the number 25 entry. And Zach, while we were talking to Ty, we saw the brake hard fueled up entry have an issue with John Cutlip. Let's see if we can take a look at what happened to them.
So this is heading down into turn 7. Boy, that's a big lunge to the inside and just couldn't make it stick. And around goes that automobile.
Yes. Took the dive on the Ryan Schold entry. Schold currently sitting 4th. That was your battle for the 4th position. As we'll take just one more look here. Just a very... Oh, wow. I think Ryan Schold might have got lucky there. I believe Netcode might have come into play when they were side by side at the end of that one. And that prevented 4 from going around as well. As we have a car coming down pit lane. That's Logan Key in the 212. He's taken over for Cale Pocock behind the wheel, the Abbott Motorsports black entry. What?
And now
it looks white.
Now it's white.
What?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
What is life? Are we crazy? No. Well,
again,
yes, but
to the point I was trying to make before the magic trick, there's orange on both of those cars.
My life is a lie.
But now this one's orange and white instead of orange and black, and it has the 212 on it instead of the 121.
What in the world just happened? iRacing, your tomfoolery, or I guess trading paints. Steve Luvender, what are you doing, brother? Richie Hearn heading off track, and you just saw right there going through the grass. They're kicking the grass and dirt back onto the racing surface, which is something fairly new with iRacing as well, something that we didn't have before, but now it's a new element where you're going to deal with a little bit of debris out there.
Yeah, and that comes up a lot in these road races. It's been tuned down a little bit, but certainly it's a huge factor where, you know, maybe a car goes off into the gravel and then it drags some of that gravel back onto the track. Well, that becomes everybody's problem for a lap or two. And some tracks, that can be really treacherous. I mean, we saw this in the Belly Up Sports Cup series when that series went to Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago. There were a couple of sections of the track that honestly just stayed covered in gravel because so many of the oval preferring drivers had some issues on some of the harder braking zones at that circuit.
So we have a question in the YouTube chat. Thomas Hastings saying, Liam, where are you at? Well, if it's this Liam, there he is. He's leading the race. Liam Kerr out front in the Sapphire Bravo entry. It's quite a name. Sapphire Bravo. I like that. But one thing to keep an eye on, Justin Wadsworth closing that gap down to 1.3 seconds between first and second now. And he was in a battle with Justin Vandermeer not long ago, and now they're separated by 8 seconds between Wadsworth and Vandermeer. So Wadsworth has found that extra little bit of gearing as he's going to go by his sister car. I believe that was Nick Massey. Yes, it was Massey out there now in the 8th position in GT3. But watch for Wadsworth to close that gap rather quickly here on Liam Kerr and pick up that battle that Tyler Fody had with that entry not long ago.
Certainly is interesting to see that gap closing in, and we'll see if, like you say, Justin Wadsworth is able to take the fight to Liam Kerr, as we're probably closing in on those pit stops and maybe some driver changes. And in fact, there you see, I believe that is Dominic Wright in the other Abbott Motorsports entry.
The Abbott Motorsports, is this the orange car?
Or is this
orange? Yes.
This is orange. Okay. So this is also not helping because on my, so this has the override based on your league inputs. In the sim, that is the Abbott Motorsports black entry.
All right, there we go.
So there is also that, whereas on the iRacing end, the 212 is the orange. So it appears either the override is incorrect or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think maybe some of the team names got jumbled up in the transfer of information, but that's okay. It's race one. We'll get that sorted out.
Correct.
By the way, also, I have seen a couple comments on the position markers on the tower. We'll get that changed up for the next race. It is a little bit hard to see, especially in GTP, but just count from the top. Kerr first, Wadsworth second. That's okay.
I was told there would be no math.
Just use your fingers and toes, Zach. It's okay. You got 23 of those, don't you?
No.
Oh, no. Oh! Liam Kerr grabbed a little bit more of the grass than he might have liked right there, and that car got a little squirrely, which is going to allow Justin Wadsworth to close up. Now 1.1 seconds separating these two cars, Wadsworth and Kerr, for the overall race lead. And you heard it from Tyler Fody about how the 24 is tough to pass. In NASCAR terms, I guess he's kind of like the Ryan Newman right now, where passing is rather impossible. But we'll see what Justin Wadsworth can do, because this gap is just closing up, and he's eventually going to get there for sure.
Yeah, that gap is closing as they get closer and closer to this other GTP car, which I believe may be the it's one of the right. I yes, the 127.
How's it going,
It
fellas?
really seems like as this stint has gone on, Justin Wadsworth has found some pace.
We've been joined by Chris Wright. Chris, what's going on?
Oh, not too much. You know, I switched out my driver uniform here for a nice suit and tie to come in here, join you. I told you I'd give you a while, so I'll give you like, I don't know what, an hour? Is that
All
good?
right. Yeah. Welcome aboard. What were you feeling out there? Walk us through your day so far.
Tight, and it stayed real tight.
So just tight. That's the extent of Chris's day. Tight.
It was really, you know, we put in a lot of practice. The car was really good, I thought, in practice, you know, and I didn't have the pace that my teammates had there with Tate and Caleb or Nick, who's in the car now, and I wasn't too far off, you know, like a half a second. But my goodness, it was a plow box out there this morning.
Now, Chris, we've seen a couple different strategies when it comes to the driver lineup. Is the expectation that you're going to go back into this car today, or are you done now?
I think it just depends. I know I met the drive time. The drive time's like a half hour. I drove obviously a full hour. It depends on how Nick's feeling, what the team thinks. It's probably I'd say Fody and the boys are probably going to try to talk Nick into running the rest of it, since he is far superior to and Nick might be able to drive us up towards the top 5 here. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear. We did, we didn't get any damage. We took care of the car, didn't have any issues, and gave it to the A driver there to try to run us up into the top 5. But it's fun. I've been a big advocate for this series, for like, I don't know, it feels like 2 or 3 years now, trying to get a sports car series, trying to talk Chad into it. And it's a lot of fun that we got this. I can't wait till we get to some other tracks. I struggle at this road course in particular for whatever reason, but I'm looking forward to getting to places like Daytona and Le Mans, and I think we got Watkins Glen. I think it's going to be a fun series, a fun season. I know it's a little bit of a short season. I'd like to see these races all maybe be a little bit longer. And I'll tell you this too, whoever's idea it was to have us racing at 10 o'clock in the morning, qualifying at 9:30, I need to find out who that is, because if I get back out on the racetrack with them, I'd like to drive them into a tire wall somewhere, because man, it's way too early to be getting up and start a race.
Wow, that was pretty straightforward there, Chris.
Yeah, I think it's Schold, so I like Schold, so
yeah,
we'll see. It's just a little bit early, Start
I don't know. Justin Vandermarle's full of those weird ideas too. He might have been the guy that said, "Yeah, let's make these guys wake up and race right away. No cereal, nothing like that. Just get in the car and go." That almost sounds like a Vandermarle idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Whoever's idea it was, man. Even on the 24-hour races, let's start them a little bit later. 10 o'clock in the morning. It's a little bit early to be starting.
I mean, you're gonna be racing the whole day anyways. That don't matter.
Well, it's only 4 hours. We could have started at 8 o'clock, been done by midnight. I mean, half the time our cup races run into the wee hours of the morning. What was wrong with running a 4-hour race at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, but I think the intention on that was it's a Saturday, so you want to let these guys go enjoy their Saturday nights. I mean, it's Saturday night already for William White. I think it's almost his bedtime over there. As we
we got to question the
close them on
commitment.
5.
How committed are you to Elite if you're not willing to give up a Saturday night, once every couple months?
Chad's not even here, and he runs Elite. He's not even in this race. It's too early for him, I think.
His commitment, it's been just a little bit out there here the last couple weeks. Got to question his commitment here.
Zach, get your phone ready. You're going to be getting a message from Chad here momentarily.
Turning my phone off.
Do not disturb.
And it's not even going to rain. We didn't even put rain out here. Give us some action,
Okay, it's okay. You'll get rain next time, maybe.
I hope so. I need something to equalize with some of these aliens out here. I mean, good lord.
It's like Dave back on the racetrack.
Dave, that he was briefly off the racetrack when you said that.
I'm just happy Dave's out here having fun. This guy puts up with so much stuff behind the scenes. He puts up with some me.
You. He puts up with you.
Yeah, but that's easy. I'm the easy guy to deal with, right? Why is there a random patch of grass on the racetrack right there? Did you see that? That was weird. But anyways, Dave puts up with a lot, so it's good to see him out here having a good time.
Yes, glad he's able to enjoy this motorsporting contest as a participant rather than hurting the cats on the production side.
And I got a bone to pick with you, Robert. I heard you were trashing me a little bit when I was racing.
Who said that?
Right.
That's what I heard. I got the memo that, hey, I needed to race somebody a little bit harder, and let me tell you, if that thing would have rotated, I'd have raced that guy a little bit harder.
Who said I said something? Nick Massey, what you talking about?
Who said it was Nick?
It's got to be Nick. No one else you know is awake yet.
We got a full fleet of guys out here running and waiting to get in the car.
That's
for Lake
true.
Norman. I mean,
There's
even
like...
Tate Lytle has left Pro Edge to join Lake Norman.
Okay, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. He's filling in for Jesse Racimus, whose wife had surgery.
In quotations?
Yeah, he's filling in with no quotations. That's what's going on.
All I'm saying is there might be some trouble over there at the Pro Edge facility, and Lake Norman's going to end up getting Tate Lytle.
Cats and dogs living
Oh
together.
man, we got a battle for the race lead right here. Liam Kerr, Justin Wadsworth. As a little bit of GT3 traffic going to get in the way, so that's going to separate them briefly. But it's okay if Tate leaves Pro Edge. I know in the Rev Limit Workshop Development Series presented by Pit Pass Network, they have a really strong up-and-coming prospect driver named Andrew Rucker that could be on deck to take over that 56.
I think Zach just spilled his drink straight out of his mouth right there.
What? You can get me in trouble saying stuff like, yes, up-and-coming rising star Andrew Rucker. Yes. Man.
So you're saying Tate Lytle, he's expendable? Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say that. I think...
I feel like that's what you said. You said he's interchangeable. You know, Rucker can get just as much as Tate can. Is that what I'm hearing?
No matter what racing organization you're at, Tate Lytle would be an anchor driver for any team. And I just think, you know, with the right coaching, that young star, Rucker, he could be up there ready to take over. He had a business meeting with Josh Clark this week. They were getting set to learn how to elevate him to that next stage. Speaking of next stage, Richie Hearn coming down pit lane. I believe we're probably about time for the driver swap on that 40 car.
I would have to imagine you're right here, and we'll see what happens on that 4D Raceware entry, but this feels like about the time that you would see a driver change, which I believe would be Jim Herrick jumping in that number 40. Feels weird saying they have the number 40, but that's... Yep, that sure does look like a driver change.
Yep, when it's gone from
there you go.
he to her on the bottom of the screen, that means Jim Herrick now in that car as Liam Kerr locks it down entering pit lane. I would expect this to be curtains on this first stint in the day for Liam Kerr as well. He's likely to step aside. Chris, you might be able to speak on this from the Lake Norman side. Is Justin Wadsworth going to stay in the car here or what?
I am not sure, but I know the duos, if you're only racing with two guys today, your drive time is only a half hour. So we might see Justin hop out and Fody hop back in. Justin's having some computer issues and some other things. Now, he's liable to stay in a double stint here if everything's running proper and doing what it needs to do, but I know Justin has had quite the PC issues here the last couple days.
Wadsworth is getting out of the car. Ethan Stanley now behind the wheel of that 941. I think the 41 at the end of that, a bit of a tribute there to Frank Fody, the team principal over at Lake Norman.
And there you go. I didn't even know they had three drivers. So Ethan's got to get Ethan's liable to take this all the way to the end. I know he's the number one driver, so Fody might be done in that car. Wadsworth is probably done. I look for Ethan Stanley maybe to finish off this last 220 that they got left here.
And you saw there on the lower third, John Leedy now showing as the driver of that number 24 entry that has been leading the way. So we'll see how that plays out with that driver change.
Does the banner on their windshield say murder?
I
think it does.
Yes, it does.
I think he's trying to speak into existence what he's going to do to this field today. And so far, mission accomplished.
Well, the comments that we got out of Tyler Fody earlier, that it sounds about on par. As Ethan Stanley out there, and honestly, I agree. I think we very well could see Stanley in this car for the rest of the day.
I can confirm from the YouTube chat, Tyler Fody reporting Stanley in car to the end. So good luck, everybody.
Fody, feel free to come over and talk about it. Talk about the team, the team owner over there, He's just sitting on his hands the rest of the race. Why don't you come over here and give us some time?
Yeah, Tyler Fody, come on over.
It's now, we're going to watch this battle play out, but anybody who's watched on the stock car side knows how strong Ethan Stanley is on the road courses and the stock cars, and already the fight being taken to that number 24 entry.
Yeah, Stanley's wanting to get control of this race, start pulling away. Here we go, big battle, big little bit of defensive driving. We'll see what happens down here.
Oh, contact!
Oh.
Oh, he turns
Oh,
it!
no!
Oh, he just murdered all of Lake Norman right there. The
Oh,
windshield banner's right.
That is not good. You can, I mean, that I know that's a team car there, but my goodness, you can't just turn down and right rear somebody like that.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he already got super defensive, and then you just turn into the guy. Like, you can't do that.
And then collects another Lake Norman car right there. Was that, which one was that? Was that Dylan and Veer? Yeah, Veer gonna get a piece of that as well. Guys, the stewards are not going to be happy with that one whatsoever. By the way, Aaron Brown getting behind the wheel, the 127 now. So that's the third driver of the day. Hunter Smith behind the wheel of the 4 for Little Eagle. That was dirty.
Yeah. I don't want to say too much because, like I said, that's a team car, but that's something I'd like to see that be more than just a pass-through. That should be enough, not necessarily to get him kicked out of the race, but there should be a big enough penalty there where they can't recover and win this race. You can't be doing stuff like that.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. The stewards have done a great job today. Any incidents they've needed to take action on, they have. And honestly, I really love how they're doing their officiating here. It's going to be calls made by 2 race stewards, not just 1. 2 of them at any time are going to make the call. If a third is needed, they'll get involved as well. But we'll see what happens to John Leedy. I would expect some sort of a penalty to hit here.
Yeah, I mean, you made a big defensive maneuver there, and you ran him down that low, and then you bounced off each other, and then it's like you got mad that they bounced off each other, and you know, you just can't right rear a guy like that. And that's coming from a guy who I have taken some action of my own on the racetrack a time or two. And
see, I've never done that.
Am I the only angel in this booth right now?
By far.
Oh,
absolutely. Absolutely.
Huh.
One thing to keep an eye on here, guys, is now that Ethan Stanley has recovered from that incident slightly here, he's going to be driving angry. So he is going to absolutely race his tail off. And if it comes down to it, he's not going to cut that 24 an inch whatsoever, as it's kind of been a battle all day between the 941 and the 24, and it's gotten dirty a couple times, but that was by far the worst move.
Yeah, that's just something you can't have.
As Justin Vandermerle and John Cutlip come down for Fueled Up Racing, that is your top 2 drivers right now on the leaderboard in GTP. Also, first time I've ever seen our gap on the ticker go to feet rather than...
Yeah, I'm very confused by that, but that's fine.
The ADRA Esports entry just had an incident here. Aaron Brown, we'll take a look. I think he probably just locked it up a little bit too hard, or grabbed... Oh, is it going to be the exact... Yeah, right. I would have spun it there too. That's okay.
Now, was that Aaron Brown, or was that... I'm not sure. I can't tell if that was on his first lap, because I see he has just gotten in that car. It was Talon Drake who had taken over for Chris Pierce after the opening stint, so I'm not sure which driver was in that car during that incident, but certainly the identification of the car, at the very least, is correct.
I believe it was him, because I believe that happened right in front of my teammate there that was on his out lap, I believe.
Gotcha.
There we go. I figured out the team names on the bottom of the screen there, Zach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What was the issue?
So it was pulling the team names that are associated with these drivers' SDK profiles rather than what is actually in here. Because it was pulling Matthew Weeks as Pro Edge Racing, but of course now he's behind the wheel, that 54 Brake Hard Fueled Up Racing 54 entry. And Zach Rogers was pulling as Mountain Man, which is great. Shout out to my team. But he's behind the wheel, the Brake Hard Fueled Up Racing 88 now.
That does
Brake
make
Hard,
a lot of sense.
It's a new podcast, right? Or newer podcast trying to take off there.
I believe so. And
I see it pop up every once in a while. So
Has this fixed Abbott Motorsports? No.
where's
No,
the black on that car?
Well, that's what that's the issue we've been
the black was on the
rectifying.
car earlier.
Well, there is also
They pulled
that.
off a decal here in the race. They just had a new wrap ready to go underneath.
Chris, we've never seen this before. That car at one point was orange and black, looking exactly like this one, and now it changed. It's got like white camo or something on it.
Hey, big story here.
Oh, we got stories.
24 just got a drive-through penalty. I would have liked to have seen maybe a 40-second hold for right rear and a guy at the wall head-on.
Well,
that could have easily ended Stanley's day.
But
a penalty is a good deal nonetheless.
Mark Paul Buttigieg just went around right ahead of your race leader, John Leedy. And the thing about this racetrack too, guys, is pit road is so slow that he's going to be down there for like 10 minutes anyways, just trying to work his way down.
Yeah, very long pit road here as he will take that drive-through now, and we'll see where that puts him in the running order on exit. You gotta be careful here, don't speed. I think he's good. Definitely was very aggressive on entry there.
See how long this pit time is for them as we'll jump back up to your race leader now, Ethan Stanley.
Hey, what, that murdered car there, it took on a whole new deal there after that Ethan Stanley incident.
Yeah, I would say Stanley's just not too happy with how that one played out. And you see here, John Leedy still coming down pit lane, just about to clear. So essentially a 49-second penalty for the John Leedy machine. That's going to set them far back because, of course, this was not a pit stop where if they were able to come down, make a stop, they could work that into the strategy somehow. But they're just going to be stuck at this point and have a lot of work to do, which is a little scary considering the aggression levels that we've seen out of that car so far. It'll be fun to see what they do working their way back up through.
Yeah, that car has not been very patient in traffic, but he's gotten away with it. I think it's obviously a good team. They're good drivers, but sometimes, they might surprise the wrong guy at some point and
Oh, the Ford! Peter
And that was
Hop.
right. Yeah, Peter Hop around in that Ford Mustang that you talked about earlier, and that was right in front of Leedy trying to navigate around another GTP car. He had kind of set up a move and then had to bail out of it there.
That was the John Leedy machine, or Jim Herrick machine that John Leedy was working his way around.
So the 40 Racewear entry.
Correct. Yeah, 40 Racewear. Check them out, 40racewear.com. The home of the original sim racing shoes. Was it sim racing shoes or sim racing gloves for your feet? There we go. As guys, this could be an interesting chat here. Tyler Fody standing by. Tyler, welcome back. Thoughts on what happened there with your car?
How we doing up here?
No thoughts. He didn't hear the question.
He's just like, yeah, racing's going on here, boys. It's a good time. You guys are
Yeah, but
leading
you
the
were
way,
sitting on your
though.
hands over there. You
I
got
tried
nothing
to
do,
tell ya.
Cody.
Tried to tell y'all. That's how we were getting raced earlier. Not really surprised with what happened there.
Tyler, sounds like you're having a snack over there. What's the snack of choice?
Oh, just some fruit.
Look at this guy.
Strawberries,
He's a little healthy
pineapple.
guy. Getting the pineapples in the system, the strawberries. Not too bad.
So I got a question for you, Tyler.
Yeah.
How did you manage to get Tate Lytle away from Pro Edge Racing?
I heard y'all talking about this earlier. Well, he was supposed to run with his own team, I believe with Burrell, but Burrell's schedule changed up. So it worked out perfectly because Jesse was missing this race, and he's normally with Austin. So Yeah, and Tate ran the Rolex with us, the official Rolex. So he's cool. He's very capable of driving pretty much anything. So it was a pretty seamless swap there.
So can we expect any, maybe news coming out in the coming weeks over him joining the stock car side there in the division of things?
This guy. That's probably more of a Tate question. I don't know how he gets on over there with that other group, but
if you can't have
we
Tate,
appreciate it.
If you can't
So
have Tate,
you're
is there,
saying-
Chris, hold on. If you can't have Tate, is there interest in Pro Edge Racing development driver Andrew Rucker?
No.
No,
No.
just no.
Didn't even let you finish the question.
No, he's just
no.
like no.
Absolutely not.
So are you saying you sent the contract over to Tate for the Cup side? Just waiting to hear back.
No, nothing with that. But he did request to run this series with us after Burrell couldn't make it, so there's that.
Well, until we hear otherwise, we're going to run with the fact that Tate Lytle is joining Lake Norman.
Works for me.
Stir that,
In
stir that
every
pot,
series.
Chris. Stir that
I'm
pot.
going to stir it. I'm going to stir it nice and hard too.
Of course.
So, what did you think about your first stint on the racetrack, Fody? How was your car driving? I know we obviously are teammates, and I know what you were saying. I know what you were thinking, and you obviously know that we're driving a plow box down here in these cars. But what did you think about your first stint? And obviously, Justin got in the car after you did. How'd you think he did?
Yeah, I kind of talked about it earlier about the first run, but it was good. The whole plan, we knew we had, Justin was just running this race with us, but having Stanley kind of in the back pocket there for the second half is always good. So our plan was just to kind of stay with the leader, within touch of him. Our setup seems to be favoring the second half of the fuel run. Every time when I was in the car and Justin, it seems like we closed back up on that car near the second half. Yeah, just really impressed with Justin's ability to get in here and then maintain the gap. And now with Stanley in it, I think barring anything crazy, we should be okay. But, multi-class, so I think we just got spun as I'm talking.
And around goes Stanley.
Yeah. So
I believe-
stuff like that will obviously impact how the race goes, but I don't see too much damage, so we'll see. I mean, you can't count anything out, obviously, with all the stuff going on, so, but feel confident with what we got.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like that car inside of him missed that corner a little bit there, got into him, turned him around.
That was the Eisentech entry of Drew Eisenman.
I will say, I think this stint, we may be down just a touch. Stanley has slid the tires a few times now with those spins, so I don't know how it's going to be handling, but...
Well, one thing I know is Stanley's going to be up on the wheel. He's getting more ticked off.
Yeah, I was trying to calm him down there earlier with that incident with the leader, but...
And I want to tell you this, too. I'll let Fody talk about this a little bit. I mentioned Justin dealing with a bunch of issues with his PC, and with, I don't even think I brought up the lights, but to put in the stint that he put in with some of the issues he was having to just kind of ignore. Talk to us about how hard that was.
No, that's what I was saying. I was impressed. He was having, I don't know, computer was rebooting or whatever, so kind of missed some practice. And wasn't totally sure if he was going to even be able to run, but he got it figured out. And then he didn't have any, had opening like 5 laps of his run, he didn't have any dash lights, like no RPMs, nothing, which was weird, but it came back. So worked through a couple of technical difficulties and then obviously kept pace with the leader. So real impressed.
I can talk to this guy anytime. You boys got anything for him here while we've got him?
I think he gave us everything earlier, but what do you got, Zach?
No, we got a nice lengthy chat out of him earlier in the broadcast. So as now we look at this, just a little innocent spin there. Honestly, not even a full spin. Nice little job of recovering there.
And I will say that the 77 machine did get a pass-through right there as well for avoidable contact.
Which it looks like he is serving right now.
And there's that guy. Oh no, issues for Connor Doherty out here on the racetrack. The Ford's struggling right now, but able to continue on.
Well, Tyler, thanks for coming up here and talking to us. Thanks for giving us some more time. You know, it's always fun to get to talk to you.
Yeah, appreciate being up here. Yeah, I thank the whole team. We got too many people to run through it again, but yeah, no, everyone's doing good. Hopefully, the drama surrounding our car seems to move to someone else because we got it all on us right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, one thing we didn't talk about is when Ethan had that issue into one, he bounced off of another Lake Norman car.
Yeah, can't get away from it.
Tyler, will we see Frank behind the wheel of one of these cars today?
No, definitely not. We may be able to put together an extra ride for the 24-hour. Maybe get him and Mitch running in it. We'll see. I don't know.
Oh, is Richard Walsifer off in the dirt? Trying to get out of the dirt. Just going to make the racetrack into the dirt. So take a look, see what happened to him. Cale Pocock also crashed. Dave Huckleberry just towed to pit lane. So I think something may have happened between those cars as Walsifer, just a single car incident. Let's see what happened to Pocock. This is in the Abbott Motorsports black entry. That's white. As he locks
Oh, that's
up.
fine. That's fine.
Oh,
Then he takes the Ross Chastain line to get back on the racing surface.
he's okay. He continued on, so we're good.
Yep. Yeah.
And it said Dave towed to the pits, so I don't know what happened to him because nothing's showing up. But
I saw a comment in the in-racing text chat from Ryan Huckleberry saying it closed his iRacing. So I wonder if there was a computer issue for Dave Huckleberry. I'm not sure.
oh, geez. Well, he's back in the car, so everything seems to be
Maybe
okay there.
He may have recovered. It did show that he disconnected or dropped due to packet loss and then rejoined. So this may be him getting back on track after that issue.
Well, it looks like we have another guest hanging out, so we'll thank Tyler Fody for joining us. We'll let him get back to the pit box over there. Tyler, best of luck the rest of the day.
Appreciate it, guys. Take it easy.
That was Tyler Fody. We're going to go ahead and pull up Justin Vandermarl. Justin, one of the drivers of the 54 entry. Matthew Weeks now behind the wheel of that one. Justin, walk us through your day so far, my friend.
Uneventful so far. Well, for us anyway. Being a part of the Sabin team, it's been a smooth experience so far. For what I can say, we've had a couple incidents that we've had to look at, but nothing too crazy, which I'm really happy about. 2 hours. Jordan had us in a good spot. I think I just bled some time. Kind of lost a lot to the Little Eagle guys there. They were flying for a good portion of that. Capitalizing on some incidents with the 24 and the Lake Norman car. I don't wish misfortune on anybody, but a couple more of those might be nice for us to sneak into maybe a P2. We're looking at probably one more stop, I would think, maybe two. We seem to be going a little bit longer than the leaders on fuel anyway, so we'll see what happens here in the last half of the race.
What's the plan when it comes with the driver lineup for the rest of the day? Are you going to be getting back behind the wheel of the car, or are you done for the day?
I will probably be done. I think Jordan is probably the quickest, so depending on what the situation is at the end, he'll probably get back in. We're just looking to keep our nose clean and get to that point right now.
I got a question, Justin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whose idea was it to get us up at 9 o'clock in the morning to start a race?
Well, I think it was like a collaboration of like everybody putting together. So it was myself and Jordan and Ryan. This is kind of our child, this series. So we did everything from the book and setting up all the lobbies and stuff. With the length of the races, doing them right in the morning, you can get on with your day afterwards. So we don't really see an issue with that. But we're open to suggestions, Chris.
Yeah, my suggestion is later. Not
Like
early.
how much later? Do you want to do that like 8 o'clock at night or?
Well, obviously for the 24-hour.
That's exactly the time he said, 8 o'clock at night.
But like 7 or 8 o'clock. I mean, our cup races run until the wee hours of the morning sometimes. You know,
Fair
we got
enough.
those full distance. I mean, we just ran the Brickyard 400, and it was like what 1 o'clock in the morning. We were getting off of here, midnight. Which, by the way, I had a ton of fun racing you. I think I raced around you for like 80.
A little bit there, yeah. Yeah, that was great. I wish the setup for there was a little bit better, but that's what we deal with.
So, Justin, obviously, this is race number 1 of the series. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the series and what big events we have coming up that you guys are looking forward to the most?
Yeah, so my kind of brainchild putting this together was to simulate the World Endurance Championship more so than IMSA. I know there are a lot of good tracks outside of like the IMSA calendar that we're gonna go to. So the next race, I think, it's either March or April. We're gonna go to Interlagos in Brazil. That is a fan favorite track. I can say there might be a little bit of rain there as well, so that will throw a nice challenge into it. The biggest thing is we do every other crown jewel just about on iRacing in our other leagues, so we wanted to throw in the 24 hours of Le Mans into that because it is the biggest endurance race in the world. So I know a lot of people care about that. We're excited to have, I think we have about 30 cars on the entry list right now, but we're going to open it up to single race entries at some point, that one specifically, to try and fill the field out. We've got, of course, Spa, which is another fan favorite. Sebring's on it. And then we're going to round out the season with a 6-hour race at Daytona, which is a little bit longer than all the other ones. So that should be plenty of fun as well.
Well, definitely going to be an exciting time. Why don't you go ahead, give us your shout outs, your sponsors, the people that get it done for that 54 car.
I want to shout out first and foremost everybody that helped put this together so far. Like I said before, no issues, hoping that it stays that way. Ryan Schuld, Jordan Owens, Tyler Fody was in on this a little bit. Chad sent me all the money to get it done and stayed out of our hair, which was cool. So shout out to all those guys. We've got a long way to go, but first event has been awesome so far. On my team side, Jordan and Matthew Weeks, you guys rock. We are coming off of our Daytona 24 victory, so we're going to keep pushing with that. And, of course, the sponsor, Breakard. Check out his YouTube channel and his Twitter account if you don't already. He's a sick place to find some good motorsports content.
Well, Justin, thanks for joining us. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thanks, Robert and Chris. I don't know if you're getting back in the car at all, but maybe we'll see you out there.
Well, hey, before you leave, I know you said you're done for the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're just becoming the off track for this race. Talk to us about what it's like to run a series in Elite and not have Chad be involved in the series. I think he runs every series there is, but he couldn't be bothered to do this one.
Yeah, so it was a little bit weird. We came to him with the idea, and I think he likes to control everything in Elite just because I understand that from his perspective. Like, Elite's his baby, right? Like, he's started up from the ground, and if something goes wrong, then he usually wants to be on top of it. We've got a great group of trustworthy guys. He asks us questions, like he will bombard us with questions about it, but we wrote the whole rule book, read it over, had him look at it, and it's actually been great. He's not here today, but he will be racing with us too, so I don't want to call him a hazard on track sometimes, but we all know how Chad races.
Yeah, he's fun to race with. He's a lot of fun to watch in the broadcast booth, I'll tell you that.
That's fair.
Got a tag cam going on.
Specific camera angles just for him. But I can't,
right.
I have nothing bad to say about Chad in this situation. Like, he's totally just put all of his trust in us, and we got it done. So,
But you got to give us some more. You got to give us more than that. Okay, who do you have something bad to say anything about? Who do you not like that's out here?
On the track?
Well, you're not out there
It
right
could even
now,
be
Chris.
me.
Otherwise,
Somebody in
it'd
the
be you.
garage. Yeah, you know.
Some of these GT3 cars give me a big problem. There was one prototype I was lapping. He was like 2 or 3 laps down, but he would let the leader go and then block me into like every corner and just park it on the apex. That was a little bit annoying. But I mean, traffic is a big thing in any race. I'm by no means a rookie to this sort of thing, so I'm
And
just.
this is a short track too, right? Like a lot of people see this and think, oh, this isn't that small of a track, but for all the racetracks we're going to run, I believe this is probably the smallest one, right?
Yeah, it's still 2.5 miles long, which seems pretty, I mean, decent for everyone that runs ovals and shit, but sorry. This is the shortest one. I think Le Mans is obviously the biggest one. That's like 13.5 kilometers long for those Europeans and Canadians out there.
What's a kilometer? What is that?
Do you just drop a Chad?
I did.
Oh.
I apologize for that. It was
Justin's Chad done moment.
Word. Mild. I could get a lot worse if you want, Robert.
No, it's okay. That's all right. That's good.
Other than that, I think Spa is the longest one. It's a little bit over like 4 or 5 kilometers, I think. So.
Yeah, I kind of hate the fact we're not getting any rain out here today. How did you guys come about adding rain and not adding rain? You know, I asked this already, so I know the answer, but just for our viewers out there.
So the races are actually forecasted to the real world event dates. So if you look in the sim, this is on September 21st, which is the date of the IMSA battle on the bricks. Which I don't think Indy gets a ton of rain in September, so that's probably why you're not seeing it here. The next race in Brazil will be in, I think it's July. So that one will have some precipitation in it, which is pretty neat.
That's our leader off
That
the
is
track.
the
and
leader,
that's
yes.
set up a battle for the lead here.
And Ethan Stanley was able to get by without getting hooked this time, so lucky for him. Not going to go around for the 3rd time in this stint.
Well, I think he's got Fody back over there coaching him and keeping him calm. You know, when we had Fody, it seemed to really go bad there for that machine. He's got driver coach and teammate over there now.
All right, back to you, Justin. Tell us more about the schedule.
There's not much more to say. There's a couple tracks on it that I wasn't too thrilled. Indy being one of them. I despise this track, oval and road course, as I'm sure most people do. Apart from the select few, I'm not going to name people.
Chad.
I was looking forward to possibly a Coda or Fuji Raceway was one that I was looking at in Japan. That one's always fun with endurance stuff. Or even an Italian one like Imola or Monza. But looking to get through this season, and then maybe next year we can bump it up to 8 or 9 races. Might be kind of fun. So we'll see to add some more, maybe a fan vote track. Who knows?
Well, Justin,
That'll get everybody to vote for Indy again. We'll have Indy again.
He will. Justin, thanks for joining us, and you're welcome back at any point if you want to bring us more information.
Will do, guys. Have fun.
All right, that's Justin Vandermeer, driver of the number 54, alongside Jordan Owens and Matthew Weeks. Guys, we're going to go ahead and step aside, pay a couple bills here. When we come back, we'll take you through the second half of today's opener here. It's the 4-hour race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll be right back.
3 years of sellout crowds, 3 years of edge-of-your-seat action, 3 years of jaw-dropping finishes. Worldwide Technology Raceway has rocked the world of NASCAR, and now NASCAR is giving us another reason to celebrate. The 2025 NASCAR Cup Series Championship Playoffs are coming Sunday, September 7th, 2025. Just when you thought the racing couldn't get any more intense, now every single lap matters. One wrong move could be the difference between elimination and being crowned the king. The Enjoy Illinois 300, the Confluence Music Festival, the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, and for the first time in 15 years, the NASCAR Xfinity Series on Saturday, September 6th. Don't be on the outside looking in. See history being made in your own backyard. Go to www.raceway.com for the hottest ticket of the year.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Rev up your business with Blue Egg, your marketing pit crew. Turbocharge your lead generation with experienced drivers that can navigate the competitive track to connecting with your customers. With Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. To win the Blue Egg, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Fueling big to win big. Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, ooh, big. Huh. To win big, you're always in the pole position, leading your brand toward victory lane. Don't spin your wheels, accelerate success with Blue Egg, fueling small businesses to win big. Ooh, win big.
And we're back here on the Elite Racing Network. It's the Solo Sports Car Series opener here at Indianapolis. We're watching the battle here for the overall race lead. Ethan Stanley leads the way in the 941. Hunter Smith in the 4, really closing the gap here as these guys have really been able to stretch it out quite a bit over third place Matthew Weeks. That gap at 28 seconds back to that Weeks machine. And down in GT3, we'll quickly run you through the top 5 here. It's Ali Torres leading the way in this class ahead of Keith Rainey in second, Bobby Helms in third, then it's Austin and Navnet and Dylan Javier, your top 5, as Ethan Stanley had a brief off-track moment here in the race lead, but still holding on to that top spot over Hunter Smith.
Yeah, but Hunter's getting a good angle here, trying to take a look at him. This section of the course that just came through is a very finesse section. If you mess up one corner, you're kind of messed up through the whole section there. And you don't want that, because if you're off in one, you're going to slow down. That's going to slow down the whole sector like half a second. They head down for turn 1, and I believe that's third place right there behind him. Oh no, that is not third.
No, that is the Richard Walsifer machine, currently sitting 9th in the GTP class. Shout out, by the way, to Richard's co-driver, who was able to get this car from the tail of the field back up into the 9th overall position. So a great drive by that 6 team to get back up here and put themselves in a position where they could potentially gain another spot or two if some other drivers have issues throughout. They are currently listed as 10 laps down, so quite the gap there, but nonetheless a good recovery drive. Anyways, as we have a battle brewing right here, we'll take a look at this one. Austin and Abnett closing in on the 3rd place car in GT3. Bobby Helms holding that position right now. Oh, as here comes the fueled up car, gonna work its way through. That's gonna briefly put a pause to this battle, and Austin and Abnett gonna have to settle into that 4th spot ahead of his teammate Dylan Javier, who currently sits 5th for Lake Norman Motorsports.
Yeah, I'll tell you what just happened there. It might not have looked like a lot, but Austin is probably pretty frustrated because I had that happen to me a couple times. You'd run down the guy in front of you, you'd start to try to set him up for a pass, and then you'd get caught by, by a faster car, and you would have to just kind of roll over, let him go, and then you'd have to try to work your way back up to that car in front of you again, and it was very frustrating. There were a couple times I was able to be on the better side of it and made a pass or two there early in the race because of how the traffic worked out, but it's a lot about traffic. Like I mentioned, this is a short track for this series. When you're talking multi-class racing and we're getting past quite a bit, there's, at this point it's strung out a little bit, but you're still passing or getting past just about the whole time, and it's gotta pay a lot of attention, gotta be on your on your mirrors, everything else that you're watching. And so far to this point, I feel like the field has done a great job taking care of each other. There's a couple aggressive moves I've seen, and a couple of guys out here that are maybe a little bit over aggressive, but everybody for the most part has taken care of each other. We haven't seen any big wrecks. We've seen a couple little incidents with the, we mentioned the 24 and the car we're seeing on our screen here, race for the overall lead, Ethan Stanley, and just a few little minor hiccups, but so far there hasn't been some big wreck or some kind of big to-do, and I'm going to give a lot of credit there to Justin and Ryan and the admin group. They've done a great job kind of watching everything go on, and everybody's kind of got a teammate to kind of calm you down, too. I mentioned it earlier how Fody was the driver coach for Stanley at this point, and it's the same for every team. They've got somebody watching who's able to say, hey, look, this isn't what you're used to. This isn't the typical thing. Your race isn't over. We've got a long time left. We're just 19 minutes past halfway. So, it's kind of try to keep your head calm, keep yourself cool, and hopefully see the end of this thing.
Yeah, it's definitely always the goal, is just to make it to the end, because usually if you can make it to the tail end of these races, you're going to put yourself in a good spot to get a solid finish. As we continue to watch this battle for 3rd in GT3, Bobby Helms in the yellow car, Austin and Abnett in the black, red, and white Porsche, just behind that Corvette as they work their way down this long stretch of the infield. They're going to have another, the murder car just behind them here, trying to work its way through. Probably going to put a pause to this battle once again, which is so frustrating for the driver of the Lake Norman entry, the 999 of Austin and Abnett, as we have a couple pit stops now underway. Well, it's Abbott Motorsports coming down. Dominic Wright and Cale Pocock both bringing their vehicles to the attention of their respective pit crews, as one of them looked like he almost pulled into the wrong pit box there. Probably a similar sign for the Abbott Motorsports pits.
I'm rather curious if we are enforcing pit entry rules like we see in the Cup Series or in the NASCAR Series.
You talking driving through pit boxes?
Driving through about 19 pit. I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, I was curious myself when I seen that, and I didn't. I'm not sure either. I'm not going to be the driver that chances it. Of course, I'm probably done for the day as well. I've put in my drive time and my stint, but yeah, I was thinking the same thing that you were, Zach, when I see him coming down, just driving straight through the concrete.
Oh, boys, things are getting sketchy here for the race lead as Stanley and Smith working their way by a couple of those GT3s. That was Drew Eisenman that they just worked their way past right there. Actually, no, I apologize. It's not Drew Eisenman. That is Richard Garcia now behind the wheel of the 77 for Eisentech Motorsports.
And they got a lot of traffic out in front of them.
That's for sure. They're going by the Connor Doherty Ford Mustang right now, as Hunter Smith going to be able to clear.
It's hard to race hard and be in traffic at the same time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, this is about to get real sketchy right here. Just quickly jumping back to the battle. Austin and Abnett has completed the pass on Bobby Helms, so move the 999 into the third spot in GT3.
And here comes the leaders now too. Like Ethan's going to get a good break. Ethan's got it. That's going to turn into probably 4 seconds on the other side of this section because he just passed all those guys, and here is Hunter Smith stuck, having to check up, having to slow down. That was a huge break for Ethan Stanley.
And there's already 3 seconds in this sequence. Hunter Smith going to lose quite a bit of ground, getting by Austin and Abnett now 3.4 seconds. Yeah, you're pretty spot on, Chris, that it's looking like it's going to be about 4 seconds lost in this sequence as Matthew Weeks just ran his quickest time of the day in the 1:14 second range. So a pretty good run there for the driver of the number 54, who sits solidly in that third position. As we're going to jump back to the battle between an Abnett and Helms here, as Bobby Helms trying to get that spot back from Austin and Abnett. I know we have quite a few Austin fans hanging out in the YouTube chat. Matthew Doherty, one of them. Mark Javier also hanging out.
Now, one of the things I noticed when I was in the car,
What you got, Chris?
is as bad as I was with tight and struggling, my balance really never shifted. And it looked like the Corvettes that were around me, they started kind of handling worse on the old tires. I don't know what would cause that. I'm not smart enough to know the difference in the cars and whatnot, and the torque or anything like that as far as the rear tires. But I felt like the Corvettes were hurting the rears quite a bit more than I was, and that really hurt them on the second half of the run. And these guys are in that second half of the run right now. They're probably a half hour from making their final pit stop, because we can run about an hour in these GT3s. So I think we're seeing that at play right here.
So just a quick run through the field here while these battles have calmed down for... Whoa, hold on a minute.
He's paving a new lane right there.
Ooh, Ethan Stanley into the grass again. Hunter Smith has chopped that lead in half now, back down to just over 2 seconds, as Smith holds on to second. So Stanley, your overall race leader. Smith in second. It's Matthew Weeks holding on to third. Zach Rogers up to the 4th spot. 5th is...
Wait.
Go ahead.
That 88 car, go back to it. It's missing something.
Yeah, that's missing.
What's he missing?
It's not driving like it's missing something.
Oh, he's got some front end damage.
The rear end's gone.
It's not driving like the rear end's gone. That must be a visual glitch on our end, but...
What's his lap time? Do we have a lap time for his last lap here?
Yeah, he just turned a 1:16.
Let's compare these two.
Yeah. I think the car's fine, but...
Who needs a rear end? Oh yeah, you're right. He's missing some pieces.
I'm concerned it took you that long to notice that, Robert.
I don't know. I thought it was normal.
Well, I don't see John in the session anymore, and that's the teammate to that car. So, John, if you're watching, feel free to come up here and give us a word. Tell us,
Cutlip's probably in bed.
Was this planned? Is this doing something for the fuel mileage or something? Taking some grab?
Did you just say, is this planned? Yeah,
Yeah,
they
you know,
totally were just like,
Michael
yeah, let's-
Waltrip dropped his spoiler one time at Daytona to win a truck race. So,
Michael Waltrip dropped a lot of stuff on the racetrack and tacos on windshields. That guy, he's had a time. But anyways, back through this one. Zach Rogers currently sitting 4th in class in GTP. John Leedy in the 5th spot. Does he have a rear end? Yes, he does.
Does he know he's missing a rear end? Because that thing looks like it's handled great.
Probably not.
I feel like if I was missing my rear wing, we would not be handling very well.
Jim Herrick holding on to 6th. Go ahead.
I don't know. It may not. If it didn't pop up in the incident tracker, it's definitely too far back to pull up. But Zach Rogers' lap 106 appears to be when we dislodged the rear wing. If it showed up as an incident on your event log.
Let's see.
I will say this: he was running some 115s, and that, so I think he has slowed down about a second with this damage. Oh, and it was. Oh, he got rear-ended.
Well,
by who?
Down into turn 1, he gets rear-ended on lap 106 on Zachary Rogers lap 106 by Liam Cullen.
I will say in that instance, while it was obviously Cullen does tag him in the rear, but Rogers does. I mean, it's a GT car or whatever. He makes the pass, and then under braking, he moves back in front of the GT car, which is a little bit sketchy.
I will say this too. The GT car should not be braking anywhere near him, so I think the GT might have missed the corner. He might have been going to miss the corner because he was out braking him and the guy in front of him. I'm not sure that GT car was going to make the corner without hitting him. Because the braking difference is quite a bit in the two cars.
I'm just shocked that he's doing so well with the damage he has.
I'm surprised that 100%. I'm guessing. I don't know. There's something weird going on there because with no rear downforce, that car shouldn't be able to make laps, right?
Yeah, because it looks like it's hand. I mean, we talk about. I think he's about a second slower, but it shouldn't be having any kind of
spinning out every corner. Right?
Yeah, there shouldn't be any grip with the rear of that car whatsoever.
Zach Rogers just he's built different.
Maybe so. Maybe that's it.
That could be it. That could be exactly it.
Maybe it's time for Pro Edge to switch out Rucker for Zach Rogers because Zach Rogers is him driving this car that fast.
Here we go.
Oh, poor
Here
Rucker.
we go.
Poor Rucker.
Yeah, I shouldn't hate on Rucker.
Let's look at
Rucker's
GT3
awesome.
real quick. Your GT3 leader, Ali Torres, leads the way by a lot over Keith Rainey. Almost a minute the gap there. Rainey in 2nd. Austin and Nabnett into 3rd. Bobby Helms holding on to the 4th spot. Richard Garcia currently sitting 5th. Dylan Javier in the 6th spot. Then it's Nick Massey back in 7th. Tyson Miller holding on to 8th. Liam Cullen in the 9th spot. Of course, we mentioned he was involved in an incident with Zach Rogers. MP Buttigieg currently sitting in 10th spot. Then it's Ty McIntosh in 11th. Connor Doherty in 12th. And Dave Huckleberry rounding out GT3 in position number 13.
I'll tell you this: that leader in class there, that GT3, that McLaren. I'd like to see them get looked at pretty good after this race because they got something that none of us other guys have.
Skill?
It's probably skill, but I'm going to say they got an illegal motor up in there or something.
Nah.
Oof, that was
Hey, it's going to make me feel better. I'll tell you that, Zach. If that thing comes up back illegal. They've got the Parker Kligerman stuff going on in that car.
The murder mobile coming down pit lane, as is the murdered mobile of Ethan Stanley. These two going to become best friends when they leave pit lane, or what? What do we think?
I doubt it.
We'll see what happens. We'll see if John Leedy stays in the car or if they swap out to their next driver. Jack goes up. Looks like door
It
gonna
probably
stay
depends on
closed.
who they think the one is. You're probably going to try to put your number one driver in. I think these guys probably still have 2 more stops after this. They're pitting about every 40 minutes.
Yeah, roughly every 40.
So, the GT3s are going to make 1 more pit stop because we can run an hour. Like, probably, I think we're getting like 61 minutes. So, like, literally just over an hour as that Corvette just spun right there off screen. He's back going straight. And he is not happy with where Hunter Smith made that dive.
That was Bobby Helms. He's going to lose a spot to Richard Garcia, falling back to 5th in class now in GT3.
Well, he was not happy with Hunter right there.
We'll take a look at the Bobby Helms machine as Hunter Smith prepared to make that pass. Things got really tight between those two. Helms actually doesn't spin it, Chris. He just gathers it up, but loses a bit of ground there to Richard Garcia as Garcia completed the pass and moves to 4th in GT3. Oh, that got tight right there for Garcia.
I will tell you, where he took that move, as a GT3 driver myself, I would like to see them wait until coming out of that corner. I know it's going to cost them a couple tenths of a second, but if they knew how bad our cars were driving through that section, they would not feel comfortable taking that dive because we are not. I mean, they're pretty stuck to the track. These guys are way faster. They got way more downforce. That section was probably the worst section handling-wise for me when I was on the racetrack. So I can only imagine what some of these other guys are dealing with through there, and getting dove like that in that section is not ideal.
Now, I have a question here looking back at the Zach Rogers machine as Hunter Smith comes down pit lane in that 4 car. We'll see if they continue the trend and Ryan Schuld gets back behind the wheel here on this stop. But is the rear... Oh, that is your GT3 leader, Ali Torres, taking a bit of a jump right there. But is the rear end portion of this race car replaceable? Like, can Zach Rogers come down and they'll put a new rear wing on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the front and the rear can, any kind of damage they just got.
They're kind of clip-on pieces, right? Like, it's pretty quick. Okay.
I'm surprised he didn't get a meatball or something for that, too.
Right. Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yes.
He's
Like,
got
this
them,
baffles me.
that bonus grip in that car. As Hunter Smith sitting on pit lane, looks like he's going to stay in the car. As Matthew Weeks takes over the race lead now for Fueled Up Racing, Brake Hard Fueled Up Racing, and car number 54. Of course, we saw Jordan Owens and Justin Vandermeer behind the wheel of that machine a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, what started as 1 lap on that first stint has turned into more and more laps. It compounds each run that we're seeing these guys able to go further than necessarily the 941 and the 24, and it'll be very interesting as we get later in the race how that plays out, how much that shortens up that final pit stop.
With how fast you fuel these cars, you're usually waiting on tires, I feel like. And my question would be, do they think they could save 5 minutes of fuel and make 1 more stop instead of 2?
Either that, or do you just double stint the tires on the final run?
No. This track's eating. It kills the tires. This track, for whatever reason, super hard on the tires. Like, I've ran Daytona and been able to double stint tires and some other places, but for whatever reason, this place feels like freaking Darlington. Like, after 5 laps, you're ready for new ones.
Gotcha.
So my question would be, if Weeks can run another lap or 2 here, Weeks might be able to make 1 less stop.
Right.
I think he's went far enough to try to make it into that window. That's where it's going to get interesting, because obviously if you're looking at the guys who have been leading, you've got a minute lead on the 941 and the 4.
Oh, and there's the 4 giving up some time there with a slide exiting
Cold
turn
tires,
7.
man.
Yep.
That'll do it to you. Yeah, you get about 2 laps on these tires of max grip. Like, it's like the first lap and a half or 2, you're really struggling. And then after about 5 laps, they just start giving up. Man, I think Weeks might be in the spot here. I think this car might be in the spot. Especially if he can go one more, but I think he's coming. It's going to be close. He's about 3 minutes, I think. So that's going to be 3 minutes. They're probably 2 to 4 laps in that neighborhood short. I think if you're working at it, you could save it. And I think if I'm having to fuel save a little bit, I like Weeks in the car. I think Weeks is smart. He knows what he needs to do to fuel save. I know we talked to Justin. He talked about Jordan getting back in the car, but I think I'd leave Weeks in here for another stint and let him try to save the fuel, and maybe put Jordan in on the last stop and let him go full attack. We'll see, though. We're getting ready to get into the pit box, and we will see if Jordan gets back in the car. Justin seemed pretty sure he would not be back in the car. We got a driver change, though. It is Jordan Owens getting in.
It is Jordan Owens. Yep. So we will see how that plays out.
And I will send this out over the airwaves, too.
Oh. So that is
Ross Chastain lane again.
Yep. I believe that was the 174, or no, excuse me, the 127. My mistake. And yeah, just a little bit too much in turn 1, and then has to take that escape route to get back on track. Aaron Brown currently in the 127 for ADRA Esports. And now Zach Rogers coming down pit road.
One thing I will say, I'd love to get Matthew Weeks in here to talk to him. There is some frustration going on out here right now. Things have heated up here at Indianapolis. Holy smokes, Zach. I don't know if you've got wind of all that's going on here, but...
You'll have that, I guess. So... we're down to about 1:20 left in this race. Ethan Stanley still out front as we're looking on. About a 10-second advantage at the moment over Hunter Smith in that number 4, which obviously has lost some ground, as we noted with that slide early on. Watching as Stanley negotiate some of that GT3 traffic heading down towards turn 7.
But nonetheless, you know, we're seeing the frustration out of the 24 car and what has happened with them. And, you know, I think it's just kind of coming to a head. They're realizing that their shot to win probably is over after what happened with, you know, barring anything crazy. But, you know, you can't right hook somebody on a straightaway. As Ethan Stanley is back out front. We saw the 4 have his trouble after pit stops, and I think you were talking about it there, 10-second lead there now for Stanley over Hunter Smith. Jordan Owens about a minute back in front of teammate Zach Rogers, who now has a rear wing. So doing a great job.
Yep, we're able to get that replaced. I'm sure that will help the pace of that 88 car.
And coming up behind them real fast is John Leedy, who is giving it his all right now. And he's got Ethan Stanley right behind him. So that is probably going to be a difficult pass for Stanley if he gets there to try to make it.
Yep, you see on the screen now, right now Stanley passing the Isentech 77 GT3 entry. And then there is, well, first, there's the Venom Motorsports GT3 entry, giving plenty of room to the oncoming GTP traffic. And now they will get around one more GTP car. Can't quite make out which one that is, but that is just in front of Ethan Stanley.
That's Zach Rogers. They just passed Zach Rogers to put him a lap down right there.
So that is Zach Rogers going a lap down, and Zach Leedy would be next to go a lap down.
Yeah, Leedy's not going to pick this up.
I imagine he's got to keep the car hopefully within the legal limits, but as wide as possible here to make this as challenging as possible for Ethan, which in the grand scheme of things of sports car racing, I'm not sure is necessarily the best move. You're not going to get caution that bails you out from losing this lap. I mean, you could. There are full course cautions available to the admins, but it's not likely to happen at this stage of the race. You're just going to cost yourself time against the cars you were actually racing if you put up too much of a fight here, but I'm not sure they're worried about that right now.
Yeah, I feel like they think they got screwed, but I mean, you know, it is what it is. I will say this, I'm sure the admins are watching this very closely, very intently, and if something happens here, we might see the 24 get another penalty again. If I'm Tyler Fode, I am trying to talk Ethan Stanley off a ledge here.
Yeah, you can't throw away your race worrying about whatever might happen here. You just got to put yourself in position to make a smart pass. You have a little bit of a cushion. Granted, Hunter Smith is gaining, but you have a little bit of a cushion to work with. You just got to be smart here. It is interesting to note that particular team was complaining about drivers adhering to blue flags earlier, and now it is holding up the leader. But that's, again, just an observation.
Yeah, and he's driving, not just ignoring a blue flag. Pretty defensive on the straightaways.
Again, by the iRacing rules, you don't have to move over. This is not Formula One. But it's one of those things where you ask, as a driver, as a competitor, you ask for one thing, you should be prepared to also extend it.
Yeah, that's my thing too, is you can't complain about people,
right,
what they're doing, and then you do the same thing. That's pretty...
Exactly.
Like, I've got no issues with this as a driver, staying on the lead lap,
right.
whatever,
You're
but
running your race, absolutely. But, again, you have to, Okay, so here we go. I think this time he's going to have the position to the inside going into turn one. And now Stanley will be clear. It cost him only about half a second to Hunter Smith. So well managed, all told.
Yeah.
And honestly, Leedy didn't even lose that much time to Zach Rogers, which I find a little surprising.
And I think these two are probably the two fastest cars. Maybe that four machine is as quick, but I feel like the 24 led a lot of this race. They felt like they were the best car. We didn't really get to see them race heads up with Stanley because as soon as it happened, they had that incident. But I don't think they knew maybe quite how fast Stanley could be in this car. This is the first time they've kind of seen on equal stuff that they've gotten past, right? They haven't been past all race. So that can be frustrating to deal with. we are down to the final 1 hour, 13 minutes of this race.
Now hold on a second. Which? Wadsworth was not on track, correct?
No, he drives the Stanley machine. Stanley's in the car.
Stanley's in the car. Okay, that's right. So I couldn't remember which one of the Lake Norman entries he was on. I noticed he had lost connection to the server, but if he wasn't behind the wheel, that's not an issue.
Hell yeah. I did request to chat with Matthew Weeks, and I did not get any response. I would love to talk to them about their fuel number. Maybe they know what I want to talk about. They don't want to let the cat out of the bag. But I think they are the car to watch here. Of course, Jordan Owens is in the car right now.
And Jordan Owens trying to close in on that 24 car. They'll have to work around some GT3 traffic first, but this is a battle for a third position, or excuse me, the fourth position shaping up.
Well, that's not Jordan Owens back. That's Zach Rogers.
Or that's Zach Rogers. I'm sorry. I said the wrong one, but I was looking at
They look similar. You know, they could have helped us out and painted these cars a little bit different. We got a black car out there painted white. You know, come on, fellas. But yeah, we're down to 3 cars on the lead lap. You know, we've got Ethan Stanley about 9.5 seconds up over Hunter Smith, and it's about a full minute back to Jordan Owens. And I think the race, barring a mistake from Ethan Stanley, the race itself is probably going to be between Ethan Stanley and Jordan Owens based on the fuel numbers that we're looking at here. And if Jordan can make it on one less stop, I mean, he's right there at that edge.
So that is, I believe that is the 127 again.
Oh, looky here. Looky here. We got him. We got Matthew Weeks. I had to call him out. I had to get him up here. Weeks, you just got out of the car. First of all, how's it driving? How's the racing out there? And how are you enjoying your Saturday morning thus far?
Car's driving fine. I was a little slow. I really didn't practice any. I ran probably 7 laps this morning when I woke up, and that's about it. Car was driving fine. I made some mistakes. I kind of locked up the brakes in front of Massey in one of the last corners, and he kind of hit me there, and I felt bad about that. And then I started getting in the zone and started running some 14s there, and I'm like, okay, maybe. And then I think I pinched the GT3 car coming out of the last corner a little bit too hard, and luckily I saved that, and we got a little damage. But all in all, it's a good race. I feel like I let the team down more than anything. I feel like I'm a little off today, so I feel bad about that because Jordan was right with them earlier in the run, and then we just fell off.
Now, we have been watching your car. How far can you guys run on fuel?
I went like 40 laps. I think Justin went 40 laps. So I'm hoping maybe about 30 minutes left, and then so that's what I'm guessing.
All right, are you going to be able to make it on one less stop than the rest of these guys?
Yeah, we're stopping one more time, and it would be good.
All right, so I see we've been watching that. I thought it was about 40 minutes that you guys could run, and if that's the case, I think you guys might be able to make one less stop. But if it's a little bit more than that, everybody might just make one more stop.
What Justin was telling me before the race started is like about 45 minutes on fuel. So I'm thinking, yeah, we're just gonna one stop it. We're not even gonna fill it up. I don't think so. We're just gonna put enough in there to make it to the end. Is my guess. I really don't. I was just in there driving. I didn't expect this to go as long as we did. You know, the 3 or 4 laps that we were doing than everybody, and then it's just come down to this. So I'm guessing, yeah, one less stop. About, I say we got about 30 laps left. So yeah, we'll probably pit around the 40 minute mark left in the race and take it to the end.
I'll tell you what, if it is about the 40-45 minute mark, based on our calculations, I think you guys might be just inside of that line, and I think the 2 leaders might be just on the other side of that. So there's a chance this could play out, and you guys might be the only car that can make it on fuel. You know, it might steal one here.
That'd be cool. I feel like I said, I felt like I was really slow on my run and lost a lot of time. So, and to me, I hate being slow on the track. It bugs me so much. I get irritated with myself about it. So, hopefully Jordan can pull us up out of the hole I dug us in there.
Now, talk to us about your plans for the whole season. You're going to be here for the whole season, and you know.
No, there's a couple of tracks I'm not going to buy, but I know I'm going to run Sebring, I'm going to run Le Mans, I'm going to run Spa, Daytona, and
you might as well run the whole season. There's only like one other race or 2 other races that you might miss.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm only going to run this race, that race, and you're going through the whole schedule.
Yeah, I'm just not going to buy certain tracks. I'm not a big road course guy. I hate buying them for the stock car side when Chad makes us buy these dumb tracks we shouldn't be racing at. So I don't need any more.
There we go. We got somebody to talk
Chad.
a little bit about another driver. That's what we've been looking for.
But I know I'm really excited for Spa. That's my favorite one. So that's the one I'm really circled on, and hopefully have the speed there to contend with old Fast Stanley here on these road courses. Dude's quick everywhere.
Well, you know, I got another question here that's a little bit off topic. How did Pro Edge let Tate Lytle run this series, not in a Pro Edge or Pro Edge affiliated car out here with Lake Norman?
I know Ethan and Tate were planning, and Tucker were planning on doing it, and then Ethan ended up going back to work at Domino's, so his Saturdays he wouldn't be able to do it, so he had to bail out, and we didn't have nobody else, so Tate just decided to run with them because I guess Jesse couldn't make the race. So I guess that's the thing. I mean, I'm cool with it.
Hey, the door's cracked now. You know, Tate might be shifting over there. You know, might be just a couple months. He'll be driving for Lake Norman on the Cup side.
I heard a little thing while we were in the Brickyard where they offered Tate to be switched with Crump, and I told Ethan, I said, well, if that's the case, you're going to lose 2 drivers. Because if Crump wasn't going Pro Edge, I'm out, bro. I'll go race on Fueled Up straight up.
I don't think any talk has happened about Crump losing his ride over at Lake Norman.
I'm just saying that's what they were joking about it, I'm sure, during the Brickyard race we were doing Wednesday night. So I was just like, yeah, I'm out, dude. Like
all I know is Tate has been offered a multi-year, multi-million-dollar contract to go over to Lake Norman.
Well, hey, man, that's his decision. It's not going to change nothing. Tate's my homie. He does what he wants to do, you know. As long as he doesn't start racing like some people, I'll be all right.
Who's some people? Come on, let's hear it.
Let's hear it. I don't like the it bugs me with
I don't
Stanley.
even drive for Lake Norman. What is that?
No, it's mainly Stanley and Crump. Like, those guys are fast, but they put you in a lot of bad spots that you shouldn't be put in. Like, I've seen Stanley multiple times just overdrive the corners and door people out of the way, and it just bugs me. Like, I know you're fast, dude. It's just you don't have to race like that.
So there was
and I continue to race these guys with respect all the time, and they do some dumb stuff to me, and I just get mad about it. And I guess they don't like how they race me with the disrespect because I don't race them that way.
So we're looking at the replay here. Aaron Brown making contact with one of the Dylan Javier in the Lake Norman Motorsports GT3 entry. That was down into turn 1. And I believe there was another incident on track with yes, we're gonna see it right here with the John Leedy machine, the 24.
Oh, that looked
That's an odd one. I don't know if he clicked the grass or if that was a. Yeah, I don't know. That was a.
I think that was a rage quit. What do you think, Weeks?
Hold on, I got to look here.
Let's look at it again before we start saying really crazy stuff.
That's a rage quit.
No, if he was rage quitting, he would have gone full right hand, I think. There's something else going on there. Maybe a mechanical issue, or
let's see,
something with the sim rig.
Just going. Oh yeah, something with the sim just messed up right there, or he just lost rear traction. Because I know a lot of times, like you're
feel like
burning
if it
the
was rear
rears.
yeah, I feel like if it was rear traction, you would have seen a reaction to the left at some point.
Yeah.
It's the steady right that makes me think something disconnected or something to that extent.
And
Yeah,
that's
because it
unfortunate.
reminds me at Phoenix last season in Xfinity when we hit the dog leg. As soon as I hit the bump, my wheel disconnected and the thing just hooked left and stayed left. So that's kind of what it looked like.
That's unfortunate because they are tracking points in the series. So, they might have been frustrated about giving away a shot at the win, but they were still going to probably run top 4, top 5. And points, all of them added together at the end of the season because you're not going to run perfect. There's traffic, there's going to be issues, there's going to be incidents. And so you're giving up a lot of points here that you could have banked and tried to win the season-long championship.
Yeah, and he seemed like a guy that was quick enough to do that. I never met him until today, and he was out there just flying earlier in the race.
But I do really like that Weeks has came up here and stated his opinion. We had Justin come up, and he didn't want to talk bad about anybody. Who else you got on the mind, Matthew? Who else is...
Hey, man, I don't hide nothing about how people race, dude. I mean, people gotta... If they're not told how they race, they would never learn. That's how I look at it. No one really, I mean... The thing that bugs me is, you let me, I'm a long run guy, so I let these people go, and then you catch them in the long run and they want to race you. It's like, bro, come on, give me the same respect, dude. I don't hate no one. I love all the elite guys. I love racing everybody. There's some things I wish were a little different, but all in all, man, we're here just to have a good time and compete against each other.
I ask people this all the time, and nobody ever says me. I'm a little disappointed. I feel like...
No, I've never had a problem with you. I think I actually messed up. I was watching the Vegas race from Cup a couple seasons ago that I won. And on the front stretch, I tried to side draft you a little bit too much, and I almost turned you. And that was a mistake on my part. And I didn't notice that until I watched the race back the other night.
Well, I'm sure I was yelling at you, knowing me.
No, you didn't say nothing.
But yeah, I try to race everybody real hard. I have to remember that. Next time you take off real easy on those tires, I'm gonna race the dog you know what out of you when you get back to me.
Yeah,
Make you look at me next time.
I gotta tell this story since we're here too. During the Brickyard race, and Blake was up there, and we were 1 and 2, and he blocked me once, and he goes, "I got a couple of videos on YouTube about my blocking," and I'm just like, "Yeah, well, you keep blocking, you're gonna get full sit in the corner, buddy. I don't play that stuff."
Well, I appreciate you coming up here and talking to us, Matthew. I know I had to basically beg and plead with you here to get you to come up here and talk, and your car's sitting there in a spot where you might be able to steal one. So talk to us about who helps get it out here. Talk to us a little bit about Brake Hard.
I don't know much about the brake car. I know they're, thing for Jordan there. Shout out to Justin and Jordan. They actually brought me along. I wasn't going to race this series, and Justin kind of convinced me and talked me into it, naming. As soon as he said fall, man, my eyes opened. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll race this season. So shout out to those guys for bringing me and being part of Fueled Up, and this brake car group right here is cool, good buddies of mine. We won the 24 hours at Daytona, together a couple weeks ago. So I think we have a good little team connection here, us three, and always have a blast racing. And you guys in the booth getting up early and doing this for us. I mean, I know it's an earlier than what we usually race, but it's cool to have you guys up here doing that. And of course, Justin on the paint scheme, he made that beautiful paint scheme on that car. Thing looks sharp on the Acura. And John at J Designs makes all kinds of other schemes that are on the track tonight too. And all the Pro Edge guys that are not racing and watching, hopefully y'all, giving us love and giving us, some stuff before the race and all that. So, and everyone that's watching, I hope they enjoyed it. It's been a good race. It's actually been fun. I made mistakes on the team though. I feel bad about that, but shout out to Jordan here bringing us back into it.
Yeah, and before we let you jump out of here, what is your opinion on this early start time?
I like it because I do an Xfinity League on Saturday nights. So
okay, your opinion doesn't matter. Okay.
The only person I've heard complain about so far, by the way, is Chris Wright.
Yeah, you're exactly right on that.
There's been a lot of people. Okay, I talked to Tate Lytle when this thing was kicking off, and it's like 6 o'clock where he's at when it was taking off. He was not happy with it.
I bet, dude. He has to deal with kids all week, so I bet it's Saturday's like, I just want to sleep in.
But just for those counting, if your opinion is not the same as mine, it doesn't matter what your opinion is.
Jeez, Chris. What a guy. What a guy.
Oh,
Oh, man.
But thanks for coming up here, Weeks. We'll let you jump back to it, get down there, and prepare for that final stop. I guess you guys are about 20 minutes away from making that thing. So good luck the rest of the race, and hopefully you don't steal this away from my teammate on fuel mileage.
well, I hope we do because it'd be cool to win something that's not in the stock car. Well, I can't say that because I did win an IndyCar race, but hey, still the same thing. But yeah, y'all have a good one. Enjoy the broadcast. Hopefully we talk to y'all in a little bit.
That was,
that was
Matthew Weeks. Yeah, good to talk to him. Got a couple drivers coming down pit road here. Keith Rainey, your second place GT3 car. Liam Cullen from Leviathan, currently sitting 9th in GT3, coming down for, I believe this should be the final GT3 scheduled pit stop, Chris, correct?
Yeah, they could run about an hour. So if you're pitting now for the GT3s, you're making it to the end. I believe Nick's going to be about 2.5 laps away from making his final pit stop here. Looking at the numbers.
So Keith Rainey gets out of the car. Jennifer McDonald gets into the 99.
Which I believe is the first time we've seen Jennifer in the car. So
Correct.
definitely a necessary driver change to meet that drive time requirement here at this stage of the race for the Night Racing Blue entry.
Yeah, first time behind the wheel here today for McDonald. That's correct. Have not seen them out here as of yet. We'll see what happens with the Eisentech Enterprises car. I have a feeling that Cameron Rich is likely to finish the day in the car, just based off of the driver lineup. I think Cam is their anchor driver, so we'll see what happens. They're currently scored second in GT3. Ali Torres still leading the way in a little bit of lap traffic. I think that's Nick Massey right there. Yes, it is, Chris. And by the way, you guys kind of missed something on your car, Chris.
What's that?
Look at your little number board. It's just all green, no number on there.
We don't want people to know what car number we are.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I believe that was an issue with the paint that was loaded up, and Nick has a custom paint on as well, so it kind of overrode the non-custom numbered paint. That is something that I think will be addressed before the next race.
Of course it will. I gotta say, and I don't like giving Chad's team credit because it's Chad, but
He's not driving today. It's
that's
fine.
true. These little Eagle cars look great. Hunter Smith, and I know this is a 40 racewear entry, but it's Little Eagle as well, essentially, with 40 racewear and Warriors for Peace on it. This is one of my favorite liveries in this entire race right here. I love the look that they've gone for, like that honeycomb style based on in that base. It just looks cool. It looks nice. Logan Brink back behind the wheel, the 21. Caleb Pecumer takes over for Dylan Javier in the 959. Nick Massey gonna stay in the 968. He'll go the distance here and race this one out to the end. We'll see when Torres, Garcia, and Anabnit opt to come in. I think Austin Anabnit, I thought he was coming that time, but no. He's just ahead of the 5th place GTP car of Jim Herrick. We're probably coming up about 15 minutes or so away from GTP's being able to make it to the end. Oh no, Jordan Owens, the 3rd place GTP. I think it was just a solo spin. Let's hope so.
Trying to get to the inside of that GT3, just a little too much.
Overcooks it a little bit. They do have a bit of a gap over Zach Rogers. their sister car in the 88, so not too much loss there, and they were far enough back from Hunter Smith and Ethan Stanley that I felt like they were kind of at the point where they're racing themselves more than racing the top two. So that's not too much of a lost moment there for Jordan Owens and the team, but nonetheless, still one of those mistakes that you just don't want to make. A driver we haven't mentioned today behind the wheel of the Limitless number 6 now, that is Gavin Rogers. So taking over for, who was in that car earlier? Richard was in that car earlier.
Yeah, Richard Wolfsford doing
Yes.
the lion's share of the driving in that entry. I believe we also saw Johnny Wood in that car earlier. in the
Correct,
day.
yes. And Johnny Wood did a fantastic job working their way back up here as our GT3 leader, Ala Torres, comes down pit lane. Austin and Avnet also comes into the box. We'll see if a Navnet stays in. He will not. It's the big man, Tate Lytle, back behind the wheel of the 999. He will go to the finish for that team. See if he can snag a podium finish. We'll see if Torres stays in or if Yvonne gets back in. We'll see in just a moment. And Torres out, Ivana Guado back in. Of course, Iguado started the day here today and gonna try to close this one out. That car has dominated GT3 all day long, isn't that right, Chris? Yeah, Chris agrees. He says yes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, there we go.
That car has been super fast all race long.
Chris having a
Barring
snack
some kind
over
of
there.
failure.
What's your snack
just sat
of
back
choice
down.
here, Chris?
I went to get a drink and there was a piece of pizza out there, so I grabbed it when I was walking by. And
You didn't know there was
Pretty early this
pizza?
morning.
When's that pizza from?
from last night.
Oh,
It was
okay,
put in the
that's all
fridge.
right.
Cold pizza.
You eating it cold?
Yeah, I like eating cold pizza.
Zach Evans, what's your thoughts on cold pizza?
I can't do cold pizza. I gotta be honest, but that was probably already going to be my lunch plan for. Here's the thing about, you know, I hope nobody has to share this pain with me, but bachelor life, like, I can order a pizza and some cheese sticks on a Saturday, and it'll last me until Monday, right? Like, it's hard to beat that.
When are you ordering on Saturday? Like Saturday afternoon?
Yeah.
Man, that might last me till Saturday evening, maybe.
Where are
Well,
you ordering from?
it
Like
works for
a
me.
Domino's, a Hungry Howie's? What do you got?
We don't have any Hungry Howies around here.
What is a Hungry Howie's? I've never even heard of that.
That's like a North Carolina pizza place, isn't it?
No,
Oh, I thought it was.
no.
They have one in.
I've seen them. I know. Oh, you know what? I'm not thinking of Hungry Howie's is a Carolina thing, but there actually is one close to me. But I'm thinking of shoot. Whatever. Nobody listening to me try to remember my words is not good television.
Ethan Burrell's quite excited about this cold pizza. He's on board.
Yeah, I like it way better cold. Like, you put that pizza in the oven, put it in the fridge for an hour, get it back out. Heck yeah, dude. Cold pizza's where it's at.
You say you put it in the oven for an hour?
No, in the fridge for an hour.
Oh,
after I
okay.
get it out of
I'm
the
like, it's burnt if it's in there for an hour. As Tyrone
that is-
McIntosh takes it to the
I
bit.
slow cook my pizzas, dude. It's in there at like 50 degrees. It takes it a while to cook.
This guy's got it in the slow cooker like it's some meatballs or something.
Put the pizza in the air fryer.
So if Ethan's
Ooh,
watching,
yes.
Ethan, feel free to come up here. Come on.
Yeah, come on, Ethan Burrell. Let's go. We got some of your boys out here. Moen's out there in third. Rogers there in fourth. Tate Lytle on a date with your ex in fourth in GT3.
Right, Tate Lytle at Lake Norman, where he is switching over, making the swap. But we got him in an office there in the front of the building.
Yeah, they're gonna poo. they're going to put the development driver, Andrew Rucker, in that 56 going forward.
Rucker, if you're listening, come on up, talk to us. We've been talking about you a lot this race. Come on up.
Yeah, that's the craziest part. I mean, Rucker's not even in this race, and we talked about him so much.
Well, because he's going to replace Tate Lytle, because
That's
he's
true.
better than Tate Lytle, from what I heard. That's what you were trying to sell earlier.
Ryan Huckleberry has gone firewall deep. That looked like it might have been an intentional end to the day for the 5.
Man, this close to the end, I don't know about that.
They've had some issues here today. Both drivers have had technical issues, which just kind of sucks. And once again,
So,
go ahead.
Dave did actually chime in, and I just noticed it, but about 10 minutes ago. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong channel. But he did give us an explanation on what happened, and I'm trying to find it again. But basically, it asked to be removed as an admin, and he was simply removed. So that was the issue earlier.
Oh,
that was an
sucks.
That was an uh-oh. That's not what you want to see happen.
Well, who did that? Was that Justin? Or was that Ryan?
I'm not trying to get anybody in. See, this is why we can't have nice things, Chris. You're immediately trying to get somebody, like, put
That's
on a
where the
stake
fun's
here.
at, man. That's where
Hold
the
on,
fun's
here
at.
we go. Hey, Dave, it's Robert, Chris, and Zach up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What happened out
Okay.
there? Where'd you go?
My stint was done. Oh, you mean now why Ryan left? He had a mechanical issue. His computer's being a little flaky, so he's back in the pits resetting. He should be back out here shortly.
So Zach was telling us that you might have been moved a little bit too far in this race.
Yeah. I was getting pretty distracted listening to the admin chat as they were going through and doing their race control duties, and I thought I'd just ask them to remove me as an admin. I don't need to be an admin in this series because I'm barely a driver. And last thing I saw was Dave has been removed from admin, and then iRacing shut down.
Who did it?
I have no clue. I don't know who to blame.
No
I didn't
drama,
get to see it
Chris.
fast enough to see who dropped me.
Oh, we live for the drama. We will figure it out. Oh, smoke
Whoa.
right there in front of our leader.
We is a little strong.
Okay,
No,
Zach's a
Jordan?
chicken. Zach is a chicken, but I ain't scared.
I always know Chris likes drama.
Yeah, Chris is very... Oh, that was Jordan Owens. Oh,
Uh,
he had contact with Richard Garcia.
The Venom Racing car is back on the track.
Let's go. Good job, Dave. Good job, Ryan, I should say. Isn't that the second time that the Jordan Owens machine has had an issue with the Eisentech car? I feel like it
Sure,
is.
but I think that takes the fuel stuff out of it because I think even if they make one less stop, they've given up so much time that.
Well, they've lost a lap at this point. But, Dave, otherwise, how was your day out there? Looked like you're having some fun.
I did eventually have fun. Once I got past the issue of trying to mirror drive and let the faster cars by, and by getting out of the way, once I actually learned to stay on my damn line. Sorry, watch my language, but I had much better time.
Chad line, yes. Stay on your Chad line. That's
Stay
important.
on my Chad line, yes. And there's a lot to process, a lot to watch your relative and try to see where you're at, and you start to learn about where they're going to catch you based on how many times left, how far they are behind. So I hope that nobody was upset.
And in the words of Chris Wright, if they were, who cares? You had fun. That's what matters.
If they were, chat them.
Chat them.
I was also giving Ryan some spotter information on people coming up behind him, and I gave him a little. I said, give Tate a lot of room. He will not be gentle, and he did. And Tate thanked him in voice chat, so that was nice. Told him who we really don't want to mess up the day of, and who we really don't know yet. So a little bit of politics too going on.
So was there anybody out here that you wanted to mess up then? Or you were okay with messing up?
Chris is
No,
just
I mean,
seeking it.
I definitely am at the bottom of the pecking order, so I have no room to be be picky about everybody. So I think I had no problem with anyone. So I wasn't sure when the Drew Eisen, whatever, the Eisen Tech car or whatever, I tried to let him by, but he didn't really want to go by, and then he pulled right in front of me and kind of weaved back and forth. Not sure what that was about, but, you know, he's 14 laps up ahead of me. I was, you know, willing to let him go. So.
You see, I want to create all the drama because I knew I was done. I had put in my work for the race. I knew I wouldn't get back in the car, so let's just crazy it up out here and try to get everybody mad at each other.
I was pushing Ryan really hard in qualifying to get that extra 200s to get past you, but he just couldn't do it.
Skill gap right there. No, I'm just kidding. 200s, yeah, we didn't. Chris struggled out here today, okay? That's why he only got to run 1 hour, got his drive time in, and Nick is still trying to recover from the stint that I put together. So we didn't hit anything. We were just slow. Like, we were just struggling slow, so I think Nick's going to try to get us here towards the top 5. We'll see what he can do. I think he's about 7 seconds behind Caleb.
After reviewing contact with the 77 and 50.
All right, fellas, well, I need to jump back in and help Ryan for the rest of the way, but thanks for pulling me up.
All right, get back to it, Dave. Best of luck.
See ya.
That sounded real official in the background right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
somebody was getting something.
See, there was definitely some feedback from Huck's mic there. Not the one he normally uses when he's in the production studio on Wednesday nights and whatever the case may be, but there was a...
Sound like Ryan Schold in the background.
It was Ryan Schold in the background, and he was reporting race control's review of the incident between the 77 and the 54, but since I was hearing it twice and one of the times not very well, I don't even know what he said.
Well, that Limitless car just found the limit down here.
They've found the limit a couple times here tonight. These guys are pushing it as hard as they can. Just a lockup. So
Well, and look right there. Did you see that on the replay? That's starting to become an issue. And you'll see it down here in turn 1, too. These marbles are really starting to build up. If you're offline a little tiny bit, it's like I've heard some guys here talk about it. There you see it. If you're offline, that's going to make it really hard for these GT3s to... These GT3 guys are going to want these other guys to run offline. They're going to say, if you're going to pass me, you run out through that garbage because I'm not doing it.
So, obviously, we didn't hear what the call was on that incident between Jordan Owens and Richard Garcia, but if either car gets penalized from it, they are both third in their respective classes right now. So, a penalty at this stage is pretty huge.
I will say there's not been any command in the iRace. You know, it shows when race control issues the penalty to the drivers, and that has not happened. So I believe it was deemed a racing incident. There was just a request from race control. Just be more aware of your surroundings. Neither driver is at fault, but just be a little more careful here as we close in on the end of this race.
I think that's a fair call from race control. It was just tight racing, and unfortunately it happened. And by the way, at this point in the race, things have separated quite a bit in the field. Our closest battle right now is Jim Herrick and Aaron Brown that are separated by 4 seconds. Otherwise, there are not many battles for position going on, so things have started to square away just a little bit. We have a question in the YouTube chat here for Chris Wright. It comes from Ethan Burrell. He wants to know what toppings are on the pizza.
It's just pepperoni and cheese. I'm a meat lovers guy myself, but...
Oh, we know that.
That's right, dude. I love some summer sausage, I'll tell you that.
Unfortunately, it's the winter.
I'll tell you that. I like the bacon and the sausage and the ground beef on the pizza, but hey, pepperoni and cheese, it works.
You just say ground beef on the pizza?
Yeah, sometimes, dude. Put a little ground beef in there.
It's not a taco.
It's meat lovers,
It's a
dude.
pizza.
But put all the meats on there. I want the whole farm on the pizza.
The whole farm. All right.
Not the fruit and veggies though. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of the pineapple.
Oh, brother, you gotta have the pineapple.
Nope.
Get you some Hawaiian.
Nope. They can
That's
keep
the way
that
to
garbage
go.
out in Hawaii, dude. I'll tell you that.
Hawaii's the place to go. Oh,
I don't
man.
think so.
Apparently you know ball, and Ethan also agrees. Ground beef on pizza. Oh, okay. If Ethan says it, I guess it's all right.
Listen, I'm a bigger guy.
You got some
I know about
interesting
food.
takes, so. Hey, we all know food. We're good. Oh, a little bit of smoke right there. Ahead of the
Hey, we
Garcia
can put some
machine.
smoked sausage on a pizza too. That sounds good.
I feel like Zach Evans is more on the gourmet side.
Gourmet? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
like fancy cheese and.
No,
No?
absolutely not.
No, that's not you.
I'm thinking like the chocolate fountain at like Golden Corral. When you say that, that's fancy eating right there.
I'm thinking more like Willy Wonka and Justin with a cheeseburger pizza. What are you doing?
I saw Justin in the waiting room, but I didn't know if he wanted to come up again. I was letting you control that. But Justin, if he wanted to come up and talk,
Yeah,
you
come
two
on,
and that-
Justin.
Anybody
come
who
talk
joins the waiting
pizza.
room, you will get pulled. That's a warning.
That's right. Come on. Yeah, I agree with Harrison. He's probably the smartest guy in the league. He just said bacon. Bacon pizza.
Hey, bacon's good on pizza.
Absolutely. Guy's brilliant over there. No, next Nobel Peace Prize winner, Harrison Talon.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Well, I think he's a good guy. He's a fun guy.
He's not a
But I don't know
mushroom.
about a Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay, Justin said he's waiting until their final pit stop, and then he'll come see us. So the 54 to pit road right now. Let's go.
We are down here towards that 37-minute mark, so everybody's going to be able to make it on one more stop. I was trying to sell some fuel strategy earlier that,
Yeah. Hey,
well, don't buy that.
you tried selling it, it just didn't go.
Yeah, Ethan Stanley's been well in control of this race. 15 seconds up on the 4. One more pit stop to go. The 54, Jordan Owens, is kind of falling out, but it's still a great race there for the brake hard, fueled up machines. They're running 3rd and 4th as a team. That I'm thinking you got to be pretty happy getting out of here with 3rd and 4th. If that's how they get out of here in the last, I know there's still a pit stop to go, 35 minutes, all that, but the race thus far, they got to be pretty pleased with that.
Pit stops. Here comes Stanley. The 24, or no, that's not the 24. That's the 941 coming down pit lane. Definitely not the 24.
Yeah, I don't think either driver of the 24 is still in the session. I think they pretty well burn it in there.
Ty McIntosh had an off-track moment there. Gathers it back up. Stanley, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Stanley's staying in the car. They're not going to pull him out here.
Yeah, I do know that Stanley's running to the end when he got
For
in.
sure. Hunter Smith is out here. I believe Ryan Schold will take over the car at their upcoming pit stop. That's just been the way that they've done it here today. It's every pit stop they do a driver change, and it's worked quite well for them. They're currently leading the race. We'll probably cycle back out to 2nd when it does happen, but still a good run here.
Now, Chris, I'm assuming here, and I know what they say about that, but with the tire changes that are happening on every stop because of the tire wear, I'm assuming there's no time penalty on the driver. The driver change happens quicker than the tire change. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they want a driver change, you can do it, and you're not giving up any extra time. It's not like a short fill or anything like that. Which iRacing's done a great job making that a lot better, too, since it came out.
Sure.
I haven't had any issue where the driver change has taken longer than even a fuel-only stop.
Here comes Hunter Smith down pit lane. Ryan Schold currently standing up on the pit wall, getting ready to hop back in and close this one out for the Little Eagle Racing team. Speaking of Ryan Schold, go ahead.
I was excited earlier when Justin said there will be rain in our second race. I can't wait for that. I feel like rain's kind of an equalizer. I feel like
You say that now, though, Chris, and it's going to be a hurricane that's going to flip your car all the way down to the interstate, and you still going to
I
love
don't
it?
think Ryan Preece is on our team at any point in the season, so.
You got
we'll keep
Ryan
wheels down.
Gable. It's about the same thing.
Well,
isn't it?
I don't think he's going to be driving our car. It's just going to be me and Nick.
Look, if we're trying to put cars in the air, I know a guy.
Don't we all?
I have had some spectacular crashes.
You have. You really, really have. I've also
We've all
flipped
had
a car or
some
two in
great
my day.
matches.
I remember one time I almost flipped over in Japan at Twin Ring Motegi. I got hit by the Chad Frankenfield machine, and just unfortunate times.
Hey, remember the time I flipped at Twin Ring Motegi at 3 miles an hour?
Yes. How did you do that?
I got hit by... I don't even remember who hit me. I
Probably
remember
Chris Wright.
It was not Chris Wright. I remember Dustin Dewar had spun down the track in front of me, even though he had the brakes locked up and the wheel turned a complete opposite direction. He defied physics to slide down the track in front of me. And then that was fine, but then I got hit by maybe Pecumer? I don't remember. But somebody who was also doing a very good job of slowing down for the wreck. It just barely kissed me, but apparently it was enough to flip me on my roof. That was a good time.
Yeah. This sounds all right. As we await some of the final pit stops here, Aaron Brown going to bring the ADRA Esports team to pit lane from 5th in GTP. Jim Herrick has already been down pit road for 4D Racewear. Stanley has pit and come back out and still has the race lead. Jordan Owens has yet to come down. Ryan Schuld has pit. He currently sits 3rd. Zach Rogers also yet to pit. So the two fueled up entries extending it a little bit more, and Zach extending the infield onto the racetrack right there as he does a little bit of dusting of the crops down there.
I will say through the cycle pit stops, Lake Norman put about 5 seconds or so on Little Eagle. So just better in and out. Maybe traffic on the in lap or the out lap was a little better for him or something, but he has put some time on him.
Just back in GT3, even Aguado still leads the way over Jennifer McDonald and Richard Garcia. That's your top 3. Then from Garcia, it's Lytle in 4th, Brink in 5th, Pecumer back in 6th, Nick Massey in 7th, Colin Heil out there on the racetrack now in 8th, Liam Cullen 9th, Tyrone McIntosh in 10th, Mark Paul Buttigieg in 11th, and then it's Ryan Huckleberry 12th and Connor Doherty in 13th in GT3. Closest battle on the racetrack is currently Aaron Brown and Jim Herrick, and that sits at 5.5 seconds between those two cars, as Aaron Brown has caught some traffic here and it's getting a bit tight up the road here with the Dominic Wright machine getting a little bit unsettled. That, of course, Abbott Motorsports orange? Question mark?
Sure.
I think orange, right? That's what we're looking at.
I think so. Yeah, it's the orange car.
That's a nice car. I feel like it should be like number 9 or or number
No, that was
1.
a good stop. We're fine.
Okay.
That's a very Cincinnati Bengals inspired car for Abbott.
No.
Aaron Brown bringing the ADRA Esports entry to the pits for presumably their final pit stop of the day.
There's Jordan Owens coming down as well for the Brake Hard Fueled Up Racing number 54 team. I would expect Zach Rogers to not be too far behind with that 88 team as well. We'll see if Owens stays in the car here. I believe that was the call for Fueled Up.
And I think Jordan's going to be pretty frustrated with this last stint. We saw him spin out there. It just was not a clean stint, some issues, and I'm sure that Jordan's pretty frustrated. Hoping this next stint, if he stays in the car, goes cleaner.
Looks like Jordan will remain in the race car for this one. Zach Rogers doing another lap, so shortening that fuel load a little bit more here. So not too bad there for Fueled Up, able to extend their run just a little bit. Also, a driver change here for ADRA Esports. Adrian Fernandez gets behind the wheel. And for Fernandez, this is their first time behind the wheel here today, I do believe. And Chris, is the minimum drive time 30 minutes?
It is, and there's not 30 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, I think there may be a post-race penalty to the 127 team. I don't think
How
they have
many
enough
drivers
time.
do they have? Do they have 2 or 3?
This would be their
fourth, I think.
Fourth driver.
Oh, for 4, their minimum drive time is probably 20 minutes. He should make the minimum drive.
Okay, good. Zach Rogers comes down pit road. He is, I believe, going to finish the day as well for this team. As Justin Vandermerle has rejoined us here, Chris and Zach. Justin, what were your thoughts on that latest stint here? A couple of issues for the Brickyard Fueled Up team.
Nothing too out of the ordinary though. It's product of endurance racing. We've fallen off in the middle in the third stint there, but we're still solidly in third place, so I'm not too upset about that. We have about 30 minutes left on our last pit stop, so I figured I'd come hang out in the booth for a little bit while I'm doing my race admin duties.
Well, we appreciate that.
What's your take on how the races went? You know, it's been a great first race. Not too many issues, right? You've had a couple, but...
Yeah, we've had a couple half spins on our part, but overall, there's not been like any race-ending crashes apart from maybe the one on lap 1. Some hard racing, some close racing, a little bit of contact here and there, but I think it's actually been really good. No lobby issues, no lag, nothing like that. So I did have to mute somebody once, which was unfortunate, but that's racing.
It's hard to keep everybody in line. It's hard to, some guys get frustrated. And their race kind of took a turn for the worse, and they were frustrated about it. But now we're sitting here, back kind of not looking at the league as a whole, but for Brake Hard Fueled Up. You guys are sitting there 3rd and 4th. Would you be happy leaving here 3rd and 4th with the points you take to the next race? I think that would be a good start. Obviously, everybody wants to do what Ethan Stanley is appearing to do right now with 25 minutes still left. Anything can happen, but this is going to be a season-long points deal, so great start there for the team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 3rd place, 3rd and 4th place. I think we came in knowing that Indy was going to be our weakest track on the calendar, so we came in kind of hoping to take it to Lake Norman a little bit. And I think we did that in the earlier part of the race, but as all these little incidents in the pit stops stack up, we lost track of them a little bit.
We got a spinner down here in front of Nick Massey. The limitless car in that same corner. He is struggling with the limit in this corner.
Just locks up and tries to get turned around, but runs out of racetrack, so has to put it in reverse.
And the track's very dirty right there. You see all the marbles. You can see those with your eyes right there. It's not just some driver talking about them. Like, you get offline a little bit, you're locking up, and you get out in those marbles. And I'm sure Justin could talk about it a little bit too. What's the car do once you get offline with how dirty it is now?
With the marbles especially, you just get hit with a crap ton of understeer. And of course, when the tires don't want to turn the way you're going and you hit the brake pedal, it's going to go straight on. So that's just a product of him venturing maybe too far out of what he should and braking a little bit too late as well. And this is 4 hours is one of our shorter events. So once you get into the longer stuff, those are going to get even worse at some of the racetracks. So there's something to watch out for, especially when it gets wet too. You mix the marbles in with the water, and that's not a good combination.
It'll make for great TV, though.
It absolutely will.
On board right now with the GT3 leader, Ivan Aguado, and the Enosis Esport GT3. looking to wrap up the class victory in that category.
Yeah, that class is a whooping right now. I mean, he is just taking it to us.
Yeah, I mean, he's turning some of his fastest laps of the day on this stint, as is Ethan Stanley. I mean, he went purple 3 or 4 laps ago in the GTPs with a 1:13.8, which is just stupid. But I think obviously the track cooling down is producing some quicker lap times and some of the traffic getting waned out by attrition, but still, these guys still being on the limit at this point in the day is really impressive.
It's interesting just looking through these cars and seeing the different setups that they're using, the different cockpit looks. Just in GT3, we cycled through the McLaren, the Corvette, the Porsche, and now in the Ferrari, and everything's different. We would go in the Ford, but the Ford is dead, so we can't do that. But otherwise, just quite interesting to see some of these differences. And just over 20, just under 25 minutes to go here. Like you mentioned, Zach, Ethan Stanley put down the quickest time of the race not too long ago. It was a 1:13.83, and that's just a combination of everything being perfect out there. No traffic. If he had any, he was getting a little bit of draft there to help pick up the pace and just putting in those quick times because he's back down to the 1:16s now. But the only driver in the 1:13 second range is Ethan Stanley. Ryan Schultz's quick time, that's the second quickest of the day, is a 1:14.05. So some pretty good speed out of these guys.
These are nearing qualifying laps almost. I think during practice on our Q set we were running 13.6, if I'm correct. So combination of late in the day, the sun's not on the track anymore, there's a lot of rubber out there, and of course with the shorter stint on the end of the race here, less fuel in the car. So pretty impressive what these guys have gone out and done.
There's a battle about to kick off here in GT3. Liam Cullen and Tyrone McIntosh battling for position. Cullen in the Ferrari, McIntosh in the Corvette as the Limitless Esports car enters pit lane. They've had a couple of issues here this afternoon, but nonetheless still doing a nice job up there in the overall top 10. Now, Justin, as both a driver and a steward here today, have you found the driving styles have changed as the day's gone along? It seems a lot calmer in these later stages.
I would say so. There's a few cars. I mean, everybody's guilty for it at some point of just like not really being aware of your mirrors and stuff. Sometimes people will sneak up on you. People seem to get more calm when it's spread out like this. Everyone's trying to get positions at the beginning when everyone's grouped together, so that can be a little bit of chaos. But other than that, it's been pretty good, I think. Issues of people braking maybe a little bit later than they usually do, catching people off guard, but that's just racing, right? So overall, I'm pretty happy with the way things have gone, both as a driver, and I've only had to give him like 1 or 2 penalties today, which is pretty awesome. So the next race out is definitely a more challenging track. I'm excited for that. I'm a little anxious about that as a steward, but we're going to get through it.
Definitely going to get through it. By the way, shout out to all 400 of you that have joined us on YouTube here today. Pretty cool to see such great turnout for race number 1 of the solo sports car series here in the Elite Racing League. We couldn't do this without all of you supporting us at home, so thank you for all of that, and be sure to tune in for the next one in a couple of weeks.
I got a question here for you, Justin. What has your tire wear been like? Has it been pretty aggressive? Because we noticed that ours was a lot more aggressive than we anticipated.
We noticed Jordan ran a few test laps of the day, and it was a lot worse than we had anticipated in practice the other day. Every time we pit, they're about 75-77% on the fronts, which is not overly terrible, but we have been nursing them a little bit more than we probably hoped that we would have had to.
Yeah, we anticipated not having the wear we had. And you could really, like, that sounds like a lot. You might be like, oh, only using 35%, whatever, 30, 35. But once that thing starts getting under 90, you start feeling that as a driver. You start feeling it get tighter, and you're working the wheel harder, and it's not turning as good. It can
and
be
it's
quite the handful.
It's 35% of the tire in about a 40-minute stint, right? It's a short track, and it's pretty quick for the most part. It really leans on those left sides, so that is quite actually a big drop-off. I was not expecting that coming into today.
Do you think that's something maybe with some of the new build stuff that they've done? Or is that something just going to be on this track? We get to the next racetrack and we might be able to double stint tires or have that option?
I think it definitely is track specific. Like you're going to get more tire wear at Indy rather than Daytona, for instance. During the 24, we didn't see any of that, but that could be a setup thing too. For the most part, there's a new build coming again because the tires are completely broken, at least on the prototypes at the moment. They're going to get worse. I can tell. If they're going to get any more realistic, it's definitely going to get worse. The cars are supposed to be heavier, and the tires, when they're cold, are going to be like ice blocks. So they're going to take like 2 laps maybe to warm up, which it will be fun. Really going to have to nurse that around. Real life, and even in some other games with the prototypes, the GT3s will be passing you in some corners. So that's going to be something we're going to have to watch out for.
And as an admin, are you looking forward to when it's going to get wet out here on some of these tracks?
As an admin?
Yeah.
As an admin, his answer is no.
No, I think it's a new challenge. I've done the racing part. I'm in the admin group, so I'll vote on tallies when we have to, or like series decisions. But the admin's a new challenge for this, and the road racing is something I watch road racing more than I watch oval stuff. So I like to think that I know a little bit more about it, and the racecraft involved. So we're gonna get through that. It's not just me. We've got like 6 guys doing it, so we're all, deliberating on what call to make. The rain is gonna throw a wrench at us, and I am.
He turns him. Oh man! Ty McIntosh and Liam Cullen come together, and Cullen goes into the wall. Let's take a look and see what happened here. They were having a great battle. We watched that for a couple laps. You see McIntosh on driver's left. He just sends it in. Unfortunately for Cullen, he's just going to get hooked, sent in the wall, picks up some damage. But both drivers will continue on here. Mr. Admin, what's your thoughts on that one? I think Mr. Admin's working right now.
Yeah, we should probably let him go, especially.
Let me have a look at this for a minute.
Yeah, let's let him go do his job, and we'll call the last 15 minutes or so of this race.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
That was very unfortunate right there. But that was kind of one of those low percentage moves, in my opinion. I'm not an admin in here, so that's just me giving an opinion of probably not the best move to make. I don't even know who made the move on who, but whoever was behind the other right there, that's not
right. So
that's not a high percentage move that you're making there.
To kind of try and put it into better layman's terms, there might or might not be an at fault in terms of a penalty assessed by race control, but sometimes there are racing incidents that are avoidable. You put yourself in a bad position, and even if the incident was even the other guy's fault, you put yourself in that position. I think that's where Chris is coming from, to say, Ty, sure, maybe he had the run. He was able to get a wheel alongside.
I'd be surprised if there's not a penalty for that. I honestly, I know that we're saying it's a low percentage move and everything, but that's, I think there's enough there probably for a call.
Yeah, we'll see what the call is for sure.
Track. That's, if you've got the run there, save it for after the chicane. Try to get the run down into turn 7. Trying to stick it too wide on Liam. I believe it was Liam Cullen there.
Correct.
That's not really a passing area.
And now
That's not even a spot where I'm as a GT driver, that's not even a spot where I'm real thrilled when one of these faster guys did. Like if Ethan Stanley were to do that to me, if I was in a GT3 car, I'd be pretty frustrated. Like, dude, just follow me through there. I know you're going to lose time, but that's just not a spot where you want. You're getting ready to turn in through that section, and that's a wide open section. But you need the whole track to go through there, and you kind of got to just funnel down to one lane. That's why they wrecked, because it is a one lane spot in the racetrack right there. But that give and take goes away when we're inside of 15 minutes to go as well. We're down to that final 15, and he might think that's his last opportunity to get him. But I mean, that's not even for the win there, really. That's for, I don't even know where they're running, but.
Well, look, I mean, with a season-long points battle, that ninth, I mean, that does matter. You don't know down the road what that one spot could mean. It's obviously
I wouldn't wreck somebody for ninth, though.
No,
knowing that we're going to be racing together the rest of that's kind of not worth it.
No, I'm with you on that, but it's not like it's a nothing either. Oh, here we go. Drive-through issue to the 70.
I'm very surprised with that call.
Wow.
So that's a tough break for them. In their discretion, Ty McIntosh had established enough position to the inside that he needed to be left room. So that's the call.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'm not race control, so.
And again, that kind of, to my point, even if, again, the fault is being levied to the 70, I'm sure when I'm talking with Ty later tonight when we're playing video games, I'm going to be like, what were you doing? But ultimately, fault levied to the Leviathan number 70 entry.
Yeah, I just don't, that just was one of those moves that, you're going to be racing that guy for the full season. I just don't, I understand the full season points, and you still got 15 minutes left to make that pass, and it looked like Ty was probably faster.
I mean, you closed the gap considerably. We watched that while you were interviewing Justin. It was on screen for several laps. Ty McIntosh closing that gap. He had the faster car in 10 or 15 minutes to make a pass. So, again, it is late in the race. You got to make the move, but I don't know if that may not have been.
What if you're racing for third next race, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to run you a little bit off the racetrack because of what you did to me at Indy, and then instead of finishing third, what if you're out in the fence, or you know what I mean? Like, you kind of open yourself up to that coming back in a bad way.
Right. Nevertheless, the race continues on, and it looks like the net result of that is
mid place.
Ty McIntosh ends up with the position in that Shift Esports entry.
And I will say from experience, Ty can be very difficult to pass. Ty's very good, and he's very hard to race if he wants to be, right? Like, he's not always that way, but if Ty wants to be, he can be very difficult to race and to pass. So.
And with the drive-through penalty, that drops the 70 down to 10th in class, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like the number 17 with Mark Paul Buttigieg in the car was able to pick up that 9th position while the 70 was serving the drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's actually going to put the 70 back in 11th position as the 17 took the top 10 spot. So for Cullen, it's going to be a pretty big loss, falling out of the top 10, and that's additional points that you're going to be leaving on the table here. And no matter how we feel on the call from race control, it could be a good one, could be a bad one. Nonetheless, they made the call that they feel was the right one, and that's just kind of how it's got to be out here. And they do have a group of multiple administrators in the server. So yes, I saw a comment on it earlier about race control being competitors, but there's 6 drivers all from different teams. They're all working together collectively to put on the best possible show, and I think they've done a pretty stand-up job of it so far here tonight. And this morning, I guess it's afternoon now, almost 2 o'clock, is we have 9 minutes to go. Depends on the time.
Race Control does a great job. Like, I am not going to stay in for any
Yeah.
slander with Race Control. These are good guys. They are competitors, and they're not in the car, obviously, making calls as Race Control. It's not anything to benefit them or anything like that. Like, it's
It's in the rule book. I have to interrupt you here, Chris, just to make sure this point is out there. It's in the rule book that of the stewards on hand at any given time, if your team's car is involved in the incident, they're not allowed to weigh in. So there's if you know, and I don't know if there was anybody from either of those teams involved in that particular incident in Race Control, but if they were, none of them would have been able to weigh in on that conversation. So that's a non-factor.
yeah, like Race Control can be very difficult. I'm a competitor in many different forms of racing in Elite, and I Race Control on the nights that I'm not racing. So, you know, it's Race Control. You kind of got to put all that behind you, the team stuff behind you, and you got to call the race straight up, because if you don't, you're not going to be Race Control very long, because people aren't going to put up with somebody being biased in Race Control. So you want to be on the up and up and be on the level, and I think Justin and Ryan have done a great job here, the two main guys, but I know there's a handful of guys out here doing admin stuff, so you know they're doing a great job. And as a competitor in this series, I got no issues, and I think you'll ask anybody after this race and they'll tell you they got no issues with Race Control. As Justin is back with us after that whole ordeal.
So sometimes you feel bad penalizing people, Chris, but you're very aware of that in like IndyCar and stuff. But we've kind of gone by the philosophy for this one to punish the action and not the result of the incident, if that makes sense to some people. Like if you both wreck and one car gets his wing busted off and you don't, we're gonna penalize why'd you wreck him, not that your wing got busted off. So that's kind of the approach I'm taking here. I know the Ferrari the number 70 went into the wall harder, but I feel like he was at fault, and I kind of explained that in my little explanation there to him. They're welcome to message us after the race as always, so I'm sure we'll get a couple people talking to us, which is normal. But I overheard you guys talking a little bit about who decides what for what incidents, and I know we've had some incidents with the 941, the leader, and the number 24 earlier in the race. For instance, Tyler Fody is on the admin panel, but he is not allowed to look at that incident. Kind of follow the same philosophy with our tally system in the oval stuff. And that's good, right? You don't get any of that bias in the decision making. So one person actually did mention he felt the call was a little rigged. But that's something we'll have to, work on after the race and talk to him about. So, as always, if you think something is unfair, you can appeal. I don't know what the appeal is going to do since it is a drive-through penalty. But, we're always working on trying to make the system better and how to improve it. So hopefully we can get it right next time.
So watching a battle here for fourth in GT3, Tate Lytle currently has the spot. Logan Brink just behind him, trying to take it from him as they work their way down the straight. Here, Logan Brink has a bit of a weaving moment, takes a look on driver's left, not quite able to get there that time, as we're quickly approaching 5 minutes to go in this one. So we are ticking down to just the final few laps in the opening round of the Solo Racing Sports Car Series here in the Elite Racing League. And I would say that so far it has been a fairly successful opening for this one, as Brink closes back up to Lytle. Not quite able to get there that time. Now takes a dive down to the driver's left this time by Lytle. Going to try to close that off as they work their way back towards the oval portion here of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Both drivers overstep here. There goes Zach Rogers, the fourth place GTP car, on by as they cross the start finish line. Brink to the left, Tate Lytle to the right. We'll see who has it into turn number one. I think Lytle gonna have the advantage here and see if he can put a bit of separation between himself and Brink, but Brink's still there that time. Gonna get back on the left side of Tate Lytle as these two just continue to duke it out with just over 4 minutes to go.
Doesn't Tate Lytle look great driving with the Lake Norman stuff on his car? Just looks fantastic.
It's a sight for sore eyes, right, Chris?
Here comes Brink looking to the inside, going into turn 7. Couldn't quite get the nose in there, but Tate's really showing a lot of restraint and respect here on the defense. He's making his defense clear, but there's been a couple of times where he's left the lane there. He hasn't chopped at the nose of Brink, of Logan Brink in the 21 car. It's been very fair, but also he's having to put the elbows out. It's late in the race. He wants to defend that position, but he's doing it in, I think, a very fair way.
Definitely doing it in a fair way here, and one thing for Brink is he's going to want to make this move rather quickly because there's a couple GTPs coming into the picture here. There goes Herrick. Now here comes Gavin Rogers just behind them. They're actually going to clear them rather quickly, and now this battle commences once again down towards turn number 1. 3 minutes to go. Brink to the right, Lytle on the left. Tate Lytle gonna chop a little bit there, try to close off that gap and separate once again from the Logan Brink machine. These guys have put on quite the show, and this is just for 4th in class. What a battle these guys are having. We have another battle brewing. We're gonna have to jump up to this one. This is your battle for 2nd in GT3. Jennifer McDonald, Richard Garcia, separated by hardly even a nose right now. Here comes Garcia taking a look to the right side of McDonald. Not able to get there this time. 2.5 minutes to go. About 2 laps remaining. Garcia into the back of McDonald. Saves it. Gathers it back up. Continues on here. But now we know that bumper could very well come into play again.
You got to be careful with that, though, especially with my understanding, at least of the rule book. If you commit one of those infractions this late in the race, it can lead to a penalty in the next event. So got to really be disciplined here. I know you want that position, but don't put yourself in a position that hurts you both today and in the next event.
Yeah, that's exactly right here as this battle has separated just a little bit. Looks like Jennifer McDonald going to hold on to the spot. So we'll jump back here where the battle for 4th has picked back up between Tate Lytle and Logan Brink. Brink back to the rear end of the Tate Lytle machine. Jim Herrick just had an off-track moment up there in GTP. That's your 5th place car, currently trailing Zach Rogers as Ryan Huckleberry just up the road here. Tate Lytle and Logan Brink gonna duke it out. I believe that's one of the fueled up cars coming through. Yes, it is. That's 3rd place Jordan Owens. There goes Adrian Fernandez as well in the 127 as these two gonna go side by side. Lytle still there on the right side. 1 minute to go. I don't believe the white flag has come out as of yet, but it will be out this time by for the field. So just over a lap to go in today's 4-hour event here at Indianapolis.
This is always one of the more fascinating things to me about endurance racing is I know this one is 4 hours as we hit the white flag here for Ethan Stanley. You have these large distances, right? We've run what is it, like 170 laps in GT3, I think, and you've got cars, half a car length apart fighting for position after that much time. So that's always cool to see.
Yeah, two battles on track right now, and we're trying our best to show you both of them. As right now you see that battle for 4th continue into GT3 class.
Battle for 2nd still on. As they get the white.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's still McDonald ahead of Garcia as they head down towards turn number 1. Garcia's got to take a look here.
Oh.
Couldn't quite stick it in, though.
Back to this one, nose to tail, Lytle and Brink as they're working their way on through. I believe with the way these cars are situated, Lytle and Brink will actually finish ahead of the rest of the field as Ethan Stanley takes your GTP overall victory. He's going to be the first winner in the Solo Racing Sports Car Series. Ryan Schuld going to come around. He'll bring it home in second. Schuld is going to have a great day here today. Jordan Owens rounds out the podium. In GT3, it's Ivana Aguado going to win here as Jennifer McDonald going to try to work her way around, see if they can grab that second spot. We'll quickly jump back. Lytle did get the position on Logan Brink, so he'll come home in fourth, but we'll watch the battle for second in GT3 as they work their way around, headed towards checkered flag this time. Both drivers are guaranteed a podium finish at this point in the event, but second gonna go to the night racing team of Jennifer McDonald, with Richard Garcia and Eisen Tech Enterprises coming home third in GT3. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers here tonight. What a drive these teams had. 4 hours, limiting the mistakes, maximizing the strategy, and getting it done here at Indianapolis.
And on that GT3 side, I mean, you have to give a shout out to that night racing blue team. Just had a nice, quiet, steady morning/afternoon and held up a hard charging Richard Garcia at the end for second place in the GT3 category.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is Ethan Stanley going to burn it down on the front straightaway? Congratulations to the Lake Norman team. They overcame a bit of adversity in the middle of today's race and got it done. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have a chance to speak with some of your podium finishers here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Since 2010, race fans have had one burning question. When will the Xfinity Series return to Worldwide Technology Raceway? You asked, NASCAR delivered. On Saturday, September 6, 2025, the magic is back. The track that launched the legendary careers of Harvick, Busch, Keselowski, Edwards, and Earnhardt Jr. is now ready to write that next chapter. We're going to introduce you to a new crop of future champions and Hall of Famers. And in the process, we'll create more of the greatest moments in racing history. NASCAR Weekend 2025, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Playoffs, the Confluence Music Festival, and now 250 miles of the NASCAR Xfinity Series. 2 incredible races, 1 challenging track, a 3-day party of epic proportions. Go to www.raceway.com and lock in your weekend racing and camping packages for as little as $20 down.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And we are back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're going to go ahead and have a word with a couple of our podium finishers. Let's kick it off with the race winner here today. Standing by with Zach Evans is Ethan Stanley.
here we are with Ethan Stanley, winner, or at least the driver who took the checkered flag for the winning team here in the season opening event for the Elite Sports Car Series. Ethan, no surprise to be talking to you after any kind of road course endeavor, but overall, your thoughts on the first kind of official race of this sports car series to kick off the season here in Elite?
Oh yeah, that was pretty fun. Had some great stints from Fody and from Justin, and then got in the car. Had some trials and tribulation, I'll say, and was able to recover nicely. And then once I got the car fixed up after that first stint, just kind of built the gap, and car felt great.
I know that had to be challenging, regardless of getting into the incident and what played out there. Obviously, race control had its say and all of that, but mentally, how tough was it to kind of bounce back from that?
It's frustrating, of course, and then being stuck behind a car with when you got damage is always frustrating too. But once I was able to get the car fixed and felt that it was okay, kind of relaxed a bit. I knew I had really good pace, and yeah, I was really able to show out.
Obviously, like I say, first race of a long season here in the sports car series. Is the plan for you to kind of be at least involved partially in all of these events, or what's the schedule look like for you as we move forward this season?
Yeah, I plan to run all these in the 941 with Tyler. Hoping to do the whole season. Trying to go for the points championship. Looking pretty good so far. Nice win to start it off.
Absolutely, a good start to the season. Before we let you go, any shout outs and thank yous on this inaugural victory here in the series?
Yeah, big shout out to Blue Egg Marketing for being the sponsor for the team. Big shout out to all the guys at Lake Norman. I think there was like 8 or 9 of us today. We all had pretty decent runs. Big shout out to you guys up in the booth for putting on a show for 4 hours. Gonna watch this back at some point. And then just big shout out to like Chad and all the admins that run this league.
All right, well there you have it, Ethan Stanley, part of the winning GTP team out of the Lake Norman Motorsports stable here at Indianapolis. Congratulations, and well, I'm sure I'll talk to you a couple of times between now and then on Wednesday nights, but at the very least, we'll see you next time on a Saturday on April 12th at Interlagos.
Yep, see you guys then.
That was your overall winner here today, Ethan Stanley. I'm now joined by our third place GTP driver, Jordan Owens. Jordan, walk us through your day here today, and how do you feel about that third place finish?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. I felt okay. So it's weird, like rarely do I enter a section in any of iRacing, and I feel like I'm one of the fastest guys, and I actually did today, so that was pretty good. But pretty clean race all around. I think the 77 GT3 may have pushed up into me one time. I think it was the only time I actually got sideways. So, it was a clean race all around. I was, frankly, for the league, I was just very happy with the turnout, and I thought the race was really good. So, P3, we'll take it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking back at your race, though, Jordan, do you think there was a moment where maybe you guys gave up a little bit of time, and if you could have gone back, you would do it differently to get yourself up there to battle with Ethan Stanley for the win? Or do you feel like second and third is kind of where you guys were all night?
Well, when Ethan was in the car, I was, following laps. I could get close, and I think I snuck the fastest lap from him at the end. But on average, he probably had a 10th or 2 on me. When Tyler was in the car, I thought I was faster than him, but that was at first, at the start of the race, and I wouldn't. The 24 car, man, he was super aggressive, so I was trying to stay out of that lead battle. I don't know. We lost a little bit of time right there around the 2-hour mark, and we never really gained it back. We pulled away from everyone else behind us, but we didn't gain anything back on the leaders, so overall as a full team, I think we equaled out kind of where we probably should have been. So, got to maximize what you can. Try and not push for too much. Half the battle is keeping it on the road on these things and not hitting other cars.
Absolutely. And looking ahead, Jordan, next round out is in Brazil. What's your outlook for that one? Do you think maybe you can go out and snag a victory?
Well, we're going to try. My goal is to win one of these things. I mean, we got 6 more chances. Interlagos is a great track. I love it. It's actually one of my favorite ones in real life. With, traffic is going to be crazy. The second sector at Interlagos, the twisty bits, it's going to be chaotic if I had to guess. But, that also opens up opportunities. Part of this is you got to be preaching patience to yourself the entire race. So we'll see how it plays out, but I think we'll be able to battle for, at least another podium. And frankly, that's the goal. If we're battling for anything outside the top 3, I feel like we're doing something wrong. So let's come back and try and give the other guys something to think about.
Absolutely. And before we let you go here, any sponsors you want to thank, shout outs you want to give, shout out those teammates as well. Of course, it's a team effort here.
Yeah. So, Justin and Matthew and I, we do a lot of endurance races together, and they're some of my best friends I've made via iRacing. Which is a whole other topic on just how awesome it is, like all the friendships I've made through the simulator. But they did great. I don't feel like any of us was slower than the other. It was just depended on traffic, and they did a fantastic job. We kept the car clean. Big shout out to Brake Hard. Matt, if y'all don't know his first name, that runs the Brake Hard handle. He came on to sponsor us, and we makes our cars look cool. And Justin, of course, is doing all the paint work and everything. But frankly, I know I've been helping Ryan and Justin a lot set up the league and everything, but I feel like I've really only given my opinions on things. They've did the most of the groundwork, so big shout out to them for frankly just making this happen. Probably the most fun elite event I've ever done. So, just happy about that.
Well, Jordan, congratulations to you and the team on a great opening run here. 3rd place overall and in GTP. We'll see you in a couple of weeks out of Brazil.
Yeah, thanks, bud. Hopefully I'll come back. I don't get to do this too often.
Well, let's make a habit of it. That sounds good to me.
All right, y'all have a good one.
You too. That's Jordan Owens, our 3rd place driver here today. Doesn't look like we're going to have any of our GT3 competitors joining us, and the Little Eagle team also not joining us for post-race interviews. So, Zach, why don't we go ahead and get some final thoughts from you?
First off, how exciting was it to have this race to kick off the season? Great participation, like you heard so many of the guys say in those interviews. Just really exciting to see where this series can go moving forward, because it seems like there's a lot of interest and a lot of excitement coming out of this first race. Obviously, no surprise again to see Lake Norman Motorsports taking the overall victory, and there you see the GT3 results. Again, just really excited to see where this goes moving forward, and congratulations to all the top finishers across the board, and thanks for taking me on last minute here, Robert. Obviously, I was expecting there was a little bit of a hiccup as far as getting me in the race control booth today. I don't think they gave me the right key card for access or something. Something weird happened, but fortunately I was able to fill in here in the booth and hopefully entertain the folks for 4 hours here, and hopefully I'll either be in a car or in the race control booth next time around, but if not, who knows, maybe I'll find my way in here.
Well, Zach, I definitely appreciate you joining me here for this one. It was a heck of a race, and I'm really glad that guys like Ryan Schull, Justin Vandermeer, Jordan Owens, Tyler Fody, everyone else involved behind the scenes in making this series happen. I'm glad that they did it and brought this to us here. It's some great, entertaining racing. We're 4 hours in, and we were battling it out for 3rd and 4th in class, and We were seeing some great moves out there, some sketchy moves at times too, but nonetheless, it was a fantastic opener. Thanks to everyone that tuned in here. Our current YouTube count, about 440 of you tuned in with us this morning and through to the early afternoon hours. So we're grateful for that. But on behalf of Zach Evans, Chris Wright, Justin Vandermeer was here with us, Matthew Weeks, Tyler Fody was up here as well, Dave Huckleberry, everyone else that joined us throughout the day. Of course, Dave for his behind-the-scenes work as the executive producer of the Elite Racing Network, Chad for everything he does for Elite, and all of you at home. We couldn't do this without you, so thanks for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow for Truck Series action live from Oswego. Have a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.